Stuff on the surface.
We gave them some.
When? You ready?
All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9:05 a.m. on May 26, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the Gillespie County Commissioners Court. Before we call the meeting to order, we're going to start with an invocation from Colby Friday.
Father God, we just come to you and we thank you, Lord, for allowing us to all gather here. Lord, we just take our hats off to the people that we celebrated yesterday, Lord, all the troops that have given the ultimate sacrifice for us, Lord, that allows us to be gathered in a room like this today. Lord, I just ask that you lead, guide, and direct us in the decisions that we make today, Lord, that it's what's best for the community and the county, not personal gains or financial gains, but that we see the future of this county, and it's such a great county that you blessed us to live in. So I just ask that you bless those that make these decisions, be with them, Lord, and like I said, just lead, guide, and direct them. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. It's 9:06 a.m. on May 26. All members of the Commissioners Court are present this morning. Before we begin with the agenda, we have a item of community interest, I guess. A member of one of our coworkers and colleagues passed away over the weekend that works at the courthouse with the sheriff. Recognize.
Thank you, Judge, for this time frame. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We lost Kevin Carter, who was one of our deputies. He was assigned to the Gillespie County Courthouse in bailiffing and transport. I've known Kevin since I started here. Good gentleman, very quiet. If you got him laughing, that means you really knew him or he was telling a good joke one or two. Kevin was a really good man. I was blessed to be able to spend time with his family on Sunday before he passed, and was blessed to be able to pray with Kevin before his passing. So we lost a good member of our community, and I just want to say thank you for all the support. We are working on arrangements this morning. We'll get that out on Facebook and other venues of social media, so that if you'd like to attend the service, we'll be glad to have you all there. So if we could just take a few minutes of silence, please. Thank you. We really do appreciate your support as a sheriff's office and as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, we're going to move to item number 3, which is approved job descriptions and or postings for positions in 2 offices. Mr. Neisky, did you sign up for item number 3? Are you in here, sir? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Item number 3A is approved job descriptions or posting for positions in the county clerk's office. Good morning.
So we would like to get a job description approved for posting for the criminal and civil deputy clerk for the county clerk's office. There is an upcoming opening in that office, and Lindsay reviewed the job description and made updates that were appropriate for the position.
Any comments?
No, just incredibly sad to lose this employee. She's been there almost 5 years and is amazing. So just wish her luck in her next venture.
And this is for the job description and the posting, correct? Okay, I move we approve the job description and the postings for the county clerk's office.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 3B is the county treasurer's office.
This one, there was a clerical error in the title for that deputy clerk position for the treasurer, so we just need to get that title updated to the treasury deputy, to reflect that position.
I move we approve the corrected job description for the county treasurer's office, treasurer deputy.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And we'll apply that to that current position.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Lynn. Item number 4, consider approval of promotions, transfers, payroll changes, and/or hiring for positions in 4A, the AgriLife Extension Office.
Mr. Haynes is right there.
Okay.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Michael Haynes. I'm the District Administrator for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service based out of New Valley, Texas. And it's my privilege this morning to introduce our candidate for the vacant position of County Extension Agent for Family and Community Health, Jessica Bobby. For the last 6 years, Jessica has served our district as County Extension Agent in Dairy County, where she's done an exemplary job of not just educational programming for adults and health and community, but also for our 4-H program and making it a very competitive, very large program for the county size. Both Bandera and Gillespie County are kind of celebrated as having the highest proportions of available youth being members of the 4-H program in those respective counties. And so it's something we want to make sure that we continue that strong tradition here in the county. Jessica is also a doctoral candidate with West Texas A&M University. I'll let her speak on that here in just a brief moment, but I'll field any questions you may have, and I'm going to let her.
So it's Jessica Fabian,
Yes.
correct? I'm doing the clerical stuff. Start date of June 15th at a county salary of $35,404.50.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning. Again, my name is Jessica Fabian. I've been a county extension agent for a total of 12 years now. I began my career out in Sutton County, which is Sonora, Texas, and went to Beeville, which is Bee County, and then came back to District 10 6 years ago in Bandera County. And I'm very, very excited to be a candidate for this position here in Gillespie County. Really excited to begin programming efforts here and continue that strong foundation that Shay instilled here. And so I want to continue those efforts as well. And so just wanted to see what questions y'all have for me.
I have nothing.
You want to talk about your PhD program you're working on?
Sure. I got about a year left through West Texas A&M University. It'll be a doctorate in educational leadership. And the research that I want to study is look at actually former 4-Hers and have them kind of have a retrospect look of how did 4-H develop into their career and college pursuits.
Very good.
Welcome aboard.
Not yet.
Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, thank you for coming up and doing the introduction.
Thank you.
Item 4B is the district clerk's office.
Happy to be back. Sorry.
Good morning.
district clerk's office. I'm the district clerk. I'm here for two personnel in my office. I'll start with Deborah Phillips, who is my chief deputy. She started with the county in 2024. I will also mention, I did send all of y'all via email a letter for each of the people that I am requesting a mid-year raise on. But I'll give bullet points off of that letter. I also have a hard copy if you don't want to look at those emails. But otherwise, for my chief deputy, Deb Phillips, she started in March of 2024 as a court administrator. Moved into the district clerk's office as deputy clerk. And then shortly thereafter, she became my chief deputy. My previous chief deputy retired after being chief deputy at that office of 18 years. Deb Phillips has served as my chief deputy for a little over 6 months and has consistently exceeded expectations, has taken on increased responsibilities, shown initiative, and has become the dependable leader within my office. She plays a vital role in daily operations, stability, and efficiency within my office. Her current hourly rate is $23 an hour, which I do not believe appropriately reflects the responsibilities and expectations of the chief deputy position. At budget time, I requested to maintain my prior chief deputy's rate of $28.50 per hour to allow flexibility for property compensation for qualified for employees promoted into this role. So I'm requesting an increase for her from $23 per hour to $25 per hour, which is a $2 raise. Even with this increase, she would remain below the previously established chief deputy's rate. This request supports employee retention, recognizes proven leadership, and reflects the value she brings to my office and county operations.
So you have budget money for that?
Yes, sir.
And basically, she moved up from just a clerk to the chief deputy, is that correct?
Yes, sir. She went from court administrator to deputy clerk within my office and then to chief deputy.
Chief deputy. I'll move we approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
Effective date. We need.
For accounting purposes, I'd say start tomorrow. Just so that way they don't have to figure out today's time frame of at her previous rate for 2 hours, an hour, and then so at least start tomorrow.
27th.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
And then I have a second personnel as well. For the other position, it's for Andy Sadler. She's been with the county since October of 2025. While I know she has not been here that long, she has demonstrated strong early performance and reliability. She's provided critical support as a single mother of two who are currently in college, while maintaining a strong job performance. She has shown fast learning ability, adaptability, efficiency, and consistency within her role. She demonstrates initiative, dependability, and willingness to take on additional responsibilities. She's received positive feedback from multiple departments, including the district attorney's office, reflecting professionalism and quality of work. Her current pay rate is $18.50 an hour, which is below the position's rate of $20.33 per hour. I'm requesting an increase of $20 an hour, which is $1.50 raise, while still remaining under the established rate for the position. The purpose of this request is to support employees' retention, recognize her performance for early contributions, reinforce morale and motivation for quality of work, and reflects the county investment in valued personnel.
If this is approved, what do you want the start date to be, the effective date?
Tomorrow as well.
I'll move we approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna go a little bit out of order. We're gonna move to item number 15. I think we've got a lot of individuals that are here interested in that item today. Item number 15 is consider an application or petition to change Ragu Road from a private road to a county-maintained public road. This is in precinct 4. This item was initially discussed on February the 10th, 2026 at our regular meeting. Mr. Knightsky, you signed up to speak on this item.
Hi, good morning. I'm Bruce Knightsky, citizen of Gillespie County. Inside of here, and I just want to make everybody else aware in the county that actually this will entail $3.7 million of expense to convert this private road for county use. There's also textile permitting that we don't know what that's going to be. There's erosion control, restabilization for each year, so it'll be ongoing. There's watering, which probably will require drilling water wells, additional costs. It says not included in here, inflation, costs associated with phasing, which is completely unidentified. We don't know what the phasing is going to be. And engineering, which probably will include a significant sum as well. I don't think anybody was ever apprised of the costs that are going into this one at the start, and so I just bringing this to everybody's attention. Again, $3.7 million upfront for converting a private road, and I'm sure some of us live on private roads where we do the maintenance, and I'm just questioning at this time with the county finances the way they are, why we would be taking on another additional $3.7 million.
Thank you.
Melissa, are you back there somewhere? All right. That's all right. Was there anybody else signed up yet?
No, sir.
Okay. So just a quick overview. This was a petition filed under the Texas statute that allows residents to come in and petition to have a road taken over by the county in terms of county maintenance. And that's just local government code 251-052. That petition was submitted to us in February. We heard it at the February 12th meeting. We agreed that we would look at what the cost would be to potentially take this road into the county maintenance. And Melissa is going to present some of those costs to us right now. She's going to present the cost and really the significance of bringing this road up to county standards.
Yes. So to start with our codified process we have for adoption of maintenance of roads. So generally, what we have laid out in our subdivision ordinance is that the property owners in the subdivision are responsible for all maintenance and repairs of roads within that subdivision until Commissioner's Court accepts, if ever by a recorded vote, the obligation to maintain and repair those improvements. The process that's laid out specifically in Exhibit J is that at first the road would need to be constructed by the owners in the subdivision according to the county specs, so constructed to public standards. The court would then inspect it to make sure it meets those standards. Then if the Commissioner's Court accepts by vote that the construction has been completed, the property owners would be responsible for maintenance for a period of 1 year following that acceptance. And then after that maintenance period, county would re-inspect the roads And if it's in complete compliance with public standards, they may accept by vote to give final acceptance to adopt those roads to county maintenance. So that includes, again, the construction of the road to public standards and then a dedication of 60-foot public right-of-way along the length of that road. What was presented with Reggie Road, I think the exhibit is in the packet. So that's about, I think it was like 7,900 foot of roadway. And so essentially the road is not something that the county could go in and construct in 1 year, and bring it to public standard in 1 year. The cost of that is not feasible or attainable under our current maintenance budget. So the assumption we have and what we would need to do to bring that road to public standard, and again, this is very schematic level. There's a lot of engineering design that would have to go into this if it were adopted. So our basic assumptions are that the road would receive 12 inches of base. There's a lot of areas that the road is the drainage way, that it obviously is washed out. There's not very many culverts there. There's 28 new culverts or replacement culverts that we would need to install. So it also involved the reconstruction and addition of car ditches along the roadway, again, to facilitate proper drainage to prevent washing out of the road. And there's an area identified in that packet where after that, like first straightaway review, the road shifts to the north. So it's really close to that right-of-way line. And so we would need to bring that to the south a little bit to, again, get proper bardages in there and proper alignment to make sure the culverts are within the right-of-way. That'll be a little bit more challenging since there will be some utility relocation associated with that. And there is a small pond there. We need to look into more detail on how that would be affected by moving the road. Other considerations that are mostly things that we need to think about that maybe haven't been completely outlined in the schematic estimate is the cost of labor, mobilization. So mobilization is essentially the cost of, getting the equipment out there, hauling the materials there, the wear and tear on the equipment itself, traffic controls. This is a phase project, there will be a permanent traffic control, temporary traffic control, things like that. If there's improvements to the entrance, there's possible permitting with TxDOT, right-of-way preparation, removing trees, filling in areas, realigning driveways, reconstructing those where those are affected, fence work where that's affected. At the end of the road, at the turnaround, the existing right-of-way, there's a really small cul-de-sac there. It's not fire code compliant, so we would go in and construct a fire code compliant turnaround. That would require dedication of additional right-of-way at the end of that road where the cul-de-sac should be. In that blown up portion on the exhibit, the existing cul-de-sac is the smaller circle in the light blue. And for some reason, whenever subdivision was constructed, it wasn't actually constructed within the cul-de-sac area of the existing right-of-way. So I anticipate there will be some fence work there and some coordination there. But in order to get a fire code compliant turnaround, that purple line, it's kind of hard to tell the colors on this printout, but the purple line, which is the biggest circle, would be the right of way required to get that turnaround into compliance. Other things that are considered are erosion control, restabilization, watering, and then just issues that are faced by phasing itself. So, for example, if it were adopted, the first thing that would be looked at is bringing the road into compliance drainage wise. Under kind of a reasonable, first year budget, lumping this in with all the other roads. Realistically, that's gonna look like less than half of this road getting new culverts. And there are temporary pavement patches and things like that that aren't considered in this approximated total, along with, again, maintaining erosion controls and things of that nature. So that there's additional things we went through and did a whole estimate, again, schematic level, looking at all the items that are typically considered in earth construction, and that brings us to the tools that are shown there, which, considering mobilization, is equivalent to $3.7 million for the road, 2.2 if you're not considering mobilization. So that really depends on, I think the road crew is 5 guys, and so I assume that we're gonna need to bring in some help to do some of these things. So in my opinion, I think the cost with mobilization is more likely, because realistically having one road crew out there working on it is gonna impact their time on other roads, and it's a big project for that small of a crew to take on. So yeah, that's ultimately what we look at. The drainage has to come first, because if you don't fix the drainage up front, then, every year you'll be doing the same task over and over as the road washes out. So it will be a long-term project to get it all the way up to public standards.
Okay. Thank you. So again, we looked at the cost to try to understand the effect it would have on the county. Precinct 4, last 7 years, our average budget is about $1.1 million. This is essentially very unfeasible for us to take on as a county. And we also have additional requests for private roads. And so this could really, if we set a precedence where we're taking in neighborhood roads that are established under subdivisions, it could get to a point where we can't afford it. Well, we can't afford it at this point. The one thing I will say is that we continue to look at grant opportunities. And so sometimes there's federal grants and state grants that may allow us to go after specific roads and fix them up with grant money, and we'll continue to look for things like that into the future. So with respect to the petition that was submitted to the court and considered on February 12th, I move that we deny the petition to take this county road, take the Ragu Road into a county road.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny the petition.
To deny the petition requesting the county road, requesting Ragu Road come under county maintenance.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Thank you, Melissa. We are going to go to item number 13, which is receiving a presentation from the Friends of the LBJ National Historic Park, Texas White House.
He's going to show your pictures up there.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us just a little bit of your time here today. I had come today that we talked about hotel occupancy tax and had talked with Commissioner Einheimer about the restoration that's being done at the Texas White House. And so he invited us to come back because we're taking on a project that's a nearly $2 million project to help enhance the visitor experience. The National Park Service is currently spending $18 million in renovating the Texas White House. And so we, as the Friends of the LBJ National Historic Park, are helping to pay for some of the exhibits and some of the things. And in just a moment, Mr. Casparis, Terry Casparis, who's in charge of what we call our Arts Home project. We'll show you some of the pictures of some of the things that we're doing there. Before we get started on that, I hope all of y'all have had at least one time that you've been to the LBJ Ranch, so that you can kind of understand what we're talking about. So Linda Johnson in late 1969 donated about 500 acres to the National Park Service to become this historical park. That includes his ranch house that he and his wife retained in the Life Estate Inn. Lady Bird died in 2007. And at that point, then the house was, after a while, open to the public. And after it was open to the public, it became obvious that it was not structurally sound. So that's what this restoration and renovation was. But in addition to the Texas White House, we also have a hangar that was a visitor center that will be reopened as a visitor center. There's a Klein shop. Tony Klein's dad worked for many, many years as LBJ's handyman, and there's a shop there that he used that is going to be turned into an amphitheater. We also have the airplane, LBJ's plane that was sitting there. It's being renovated as well. So those sites are all where this project, all within Gillespie County. Although the historical park is both in Gillespie County and Blanco County. The park that's in Blanco County is LBJ's boyhood home, where he moved to when he was 5. And so that, and then there's the Johnson settlement. But this project that we're doing and we're raising money for is strictly at what we call the Texas White House. And in addition to that, there is on the ranch, it's a working ranch. There's only 2 working ranches in the National Park Service. And this is one of them where we have, at the ranch, they still have the original genetics from the Hereford cattle, and they do a daily program for people to learn about ranching. So this is a site that has lots of options for a lot of history to be told. So that is one of the reasons why we're so compassionate about working on this. One other thing I want to point out to you is there is no other presidential home in the National Park Service like this one. This facility tells a story of the LBJ ancestries for 100 years. His grandparents came here in the 1880s as farmers and ranchers, and then LBJ's dad was a state representative for Gillespie and Blanco County, living in Gillespie County before he even married. While he was a representative, he met his wife, took his wife to be Rebecca Baines, had moved to Fredericksburg. She lived here in Fredericksburg. Their marriage license is in the next door, in the county clerk's office, right next door, because she was living in Fredericksburg, and so they moved back on the Pedernales to where the White House is at. So all of these sites, the graveside, the Junction Schoolhouse, the boyhood, the birthplace, the ranch, all of that is part of the National Park Service that's here in Gillespie County. And so there's a lot of history to be told here. I'm going to let Terry take it from here, and he's going to show you the pictures and talk about what is happening now. Hopefully in 2027, early 2027, all the contractors will be finished inside the house because they're getting close. And at that point, the Park Service needs some time to restage and put the furnishings back in the house, and it will be open hopefully sometime next year to the public.
Before you slip off, I have a quick question.
Sure.
So the National Park Service is doing the renovation. So what is the funding that your group is pursuing to do, and why is that separate from the National Park Service?
Well, they were using the Great American Outdoors Act to do the actual brick and mortar, if you want to call it that. What we're doing, we're asked to help fund the visitor's desk, and Terry will cover these things. We're going to fund the visitor's desk. There is some wallpaper restoration that needs to be done. There was one of the coolest things that I shared it with the commissioners earlier when I did home. There were LBJ liked to watch television on 3 different on 3 different TVs at the same time: ABC, NBC, and CBS. And so they're located in his office, his living room, his dining room, his bedroom. And so what they're doing, one of the things they want to do is play news stories from the 1960s that would have been playing and in the kitchen was a small TV where when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, his cooks were cooking in the kitchen, and watching this television set, and all of a sudden they realize they're now working for the President of the United States. So they're going to replay the footage on these TVs, old TVs from that time period, that are going to help tell the story and enhance them. And those are the kinds of projects that we are working to help fund. And Terry has a more complete list on all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Morris.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I am Terry Casperis. I am currently the Vice Chair of the Friends of LBJ National Historical Park. So Dolores provided an overview, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about the finances of this with you. The entire project costs $19.6 million. And the federal government, through the Great American Outdoors Act, has funded $18 million of this. And as a result of that, the contractor has been working since 2024 at the ranch, specifically on the Texas White House. And you see this photo there shortly after construction started. So you see some windows boarded and protective fencing and so forth. So $18 million of $19.6 million. The National Park Service and the local superintendent asked the Friends if we could fund the gap, $1.6 million. And I don't know if it was the smartest thing we ever did, but we said yes. And so here we are. We have, the important thing to understand is what we're funding. As Doris mentioned, the capital work is funded by the government. The $1.6 million that we're funding is for a program. What that means is there are today a number of exhibits, exhibitions, facilities that are available to visitors. And those have not been updated since 1980. So this stuff is relatively old. We decided, and the Park Service decided, that it was appropriate with the reconstruction and bringing back the Texas White House to its full beauty, if you will, that the visitor exhibits should be updated also. So our portion specifically will provide dozens of new exhibits, wayfinding signage throughout the Texas White House complex, and restoration and retrofitting of other historical elements of the park. A few details of that, as mentioned, that includes wallpaper that covers many of the walls within the Texas White House, installation of replica televisions, a process to duplicate the president's friendship stones. One of the things that Lyndon Johnson loved more than anything was to entertain. And he brought literally hundreds of guests, thousands of guests probably, to the White House, Texas White House. And he began creating concrete stones with the handwritten signatures in the concrete and handprints of the visitors. And, you know, everybody from Arthur Godfrey to the President of Mexico and, you know, many, many dozens of other personalities. So many dozens of exhibits that tell the story of the President and Lady Bird Johnson. One of the things that the Park Service and we wanted to do was not only tell the President's story, which many of us are somewhat familiar with, but also Lady Bird's story, because she was a extremely important part of the life of the President and a very important person in her own right within the community in this area. So if we can go to the next photo. So going back to the house for a second, we just want to give you a flavor of where this project is. This is looking at the entry to the President's office. And you'll see to the right the brick brick structure, that is actually the original 1890 farmhouse that was built on this site and that some of the Johnson family lived in. Everything, this is now an 8,000 square foot house. Everything that was added on to this house was an addition to this cabin. So you can understand that over time, that cabin began to settle and it brought the additions in, creating all sorts of structural problems, plumbing problems, etc. So it had to be fixed. Here's the deal. Here's what's meaningful to me is that federal government's got $18 million into this. And I don't think we can expect or do expect the federal government to do everything. So we're asking this community to stand up with us and help us complete this work. The Johnson story is complex and compelling. The histories of President and Lady Bird Johnson are an important part of the history of this region, especially in Gillespie County, where everyone knew Lyndon. And this is his home and it's our home. So appreciate your listening and your support, and ask or ready to answer any questions you might have.
You have some more pictures that you want to run through real quick?
Sure. This is the ceiling of that 1890 rock house. And what was interesting when they started removing the ceiling itself, they found that the beams that supported the ceiling actually were not load bearing. So that obviously contributed to the collapse over time of the cabin. Next photo. This is inside one of the rooms, and you can see the level of work that is occurring. Every room required restoration, and both the ceilings, walls, floors. And the sheeting that you see is probably, and I know in many places, it's covering that original wallpaper. The Park Service is going to either restore and put back in place the original wallpaper. They're paying for that, paying for a portion of that. Or they're going to have reproductions done of the wallpaper. Next slide. This is the stairway to the second floor. President Johnson's bedroom is on the second floor. I'm showing you this just to point out one decision that was made. Two-story house. And the decision was made to reduce costs and also to reduce further wear and tear, that the second floor will not actually be open to the public except by special invitation because of the additional wear and tear and stresses that having thousands, tens of thousands of guests would put on that second floor structure. So, but the first floor will be completely open to guests. Next photo. This is a photo of the wallpaper. Lady Bird Johnson shows all of the wallpaper that goes into the White House. This piece is in the dining room, and that particular wallpaper will be restored and replaced. Next slide. We'll let this play for a second and I'll explain. That's the Texas White House. This is the hangar visitor center where most of the work that we're doing is occurring.
How many visitors a year do you get?
I'm sorry.
How many visitors a year do you get?
So that's just an overview. I wanted you to see the condition of the hangar. It was originally a hay barn. Then President Johnson converted it to an airplane hangar. And then when the park opened, it was converted to a visitor center. So it's had several lifetimes. Well, we're going to retrofit this building to be the new visitor center. It's going to have new finishes, new exhibits, And will be completely modernized, restrooms, and electric and plumbing and so forth. So it'll be a very nice facility for us. The question was asked, how many visitors do we get? Actually brought some statistics on that. Depends on the time frame that you look at. When the park was first opened, they were getting anywhere up to 500,000 people per year. As time passed, visitation decreased. First 20 years, the average was about 300,000 a year. And then by 2018, the average was about 200,000 a year. And since the White House is closed, as the Texas White House is closed, you might imagine visitation has gone down. We believe, we get many questions about when is the Texas White House going to reopen? When is the park fully going to be reopened? What's going on? Why isn't it open yet? Is somebody taking care of it? And, obviously we are. So lots of interest out there. We believe that when the park reopens, we're going to see a visitation return to at least numbers of 200,000 and greater per year. So this is a significant draw certainly for Gillespie County, for the region in terms of visitation. Any other questions?
The shoe, do you remember any of that?
Slightly. After spending 30 years down there, I think I do.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. And we hope you'll join us in this mission to not only bring the Texas White House back, but to bring the park back fully to its appropriate place in American Texas history.
Sorry, I have one question. What is the deadline on your funding to accomplish the restoration that you're planning?
Yeah, well, we're hoping to complete funding by 2028.
I'm sorry?
2028.
2020.
So you're just starting on,
We've raised to date about 350,000. We have current work mostly going for foundation grants worth about 300,000. If you look at our total pipeline, we have about 800,000 in possible grants in the pipeline. And we have recently hired Nora Linares Mower, who happens to be former chair of the Texas Lottery Commission, joined us to help us find individual grants throughout the state. All right, thank you very much.
So, Commissioners, our current budget in our hot fund account was $1.5 million that we budgeted for fiscal year 26. We currently have remaining $178,000 in that account that's unspent. The balance in our hot fund is about $2.5 million. So, to me, this is something that is significant to our visitors in terms of putting heads in beds in Gillespie County. And I would like to propose that we do basically an off-cycle funding. And I'm open to considerations on how much money we'd like to offer to that.
I mean, and I, sorry, Joe. And as well, we contributed to the Nimitz Center for many years. And it's something similar to that, to me. It is historical and it is a big draw to Gillespie County. So I'd be in favor of doing something, yes.
Are y'all doing this work piecemeal, or are you waiting till you have all your funding and then you would start the sort of the restoration of the exhibits and things like that?
Yeah, we can do it piecemeal. There are specific items within the catalog that we're funding, and we can fund those as we go, as we raise those funds.
Okay. I would prefer if they complete one of the applications like we have for the other third parties that we designate or grant the funds to, just so we have more details on, the specifics of what the visitor numbers and what the scope of the project is and things like that. That then we could consider at a future meeting for possible award.
Okay.
If y'all,
that sounds good.
So we would ask that the Park Service go ahead and fill out one of our applications, put a requested amount in, and then we can consider it at a future meeting.
right, just the normal application that has the scope of what they're wanting to do with the money, their visitation numbers, just, the normal application.
Right.
And then we could, as soon as we have that back, we could put that on for a future meeting for consideration.
And Doris, you're familiar with that because you submitted a request.
Yes.
Right.
Event, yes. So the same application?
Yes, I will get you the application, but I believe they're probably still online. If not, I'll send you one by PDF. And then,
It's the same as what I have that same.
okay,
Yeah, and so we resubmit that with the number of visitation and whatever.
The information's all on the form. If you just fill out the form or the application, it will have the information that we're seeking. And then also, if this is maybe a multi-year project, or if you won't be able to spend all the money in the current sort of award cycle of HOP funds, you'll note that on there, because we can, typically we require, you to expend the money within that cycle and then return any unspent funds. And so if it's going to be beyond that, then you can note that on the application, and we can consider that as part of the award if an award is made.
the other thing is, if you get that submitted now and we can grant some funding out of this year's budget, the next year's cycle, you could pursue additional funding, since this is a multi-year fundraising project.
I will be working on that about questions I have on,
Okay. Very good. Thank you all so much for coming in and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting information.
Okay, so item number 13, we had a presentation and discussion, but there's no action on that item today.
So we're waiting for the judge, Tony Klein, our city council member. His dad was the Klein that did the restoration. My uncle, he worked at the White House and did whatever Lyndon asked him to do. A lot of interesting stories in the family.
I think a lot of these folks are from 22 as well. I don't know. I'll see the Dr. Fritz.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask Chuck that. You have a lot of people for 22, huh?
There's a few, yes.
All right, we're going to move to item number 22, which is discussing the status of a road in precinct 3 as it relates to county maintenance. Commissioner Yancey, do you want to introduce this item? We have one individual that signed up, Mr. Carnes, signed up to speak, and maybe your spouse, if that's, I'm not sure what you wanted on that, but, okay. Do you want to do any introduction before we receive public comments? Commissioner Yancey?
Either way works. This has been an ongoing issue from before I took office. Got some convoluted information in there, or facts in there. There's what we refer to as the county road bible that was adopted. Let's start from the very beginning. This road was made a public road in 1970. January 13th, 1970, Commissioner Court adopted with their parents. On November 24th of 86, it was relocated to the edge of the property and to the Daniel Fritz residence, which is the current roadway now. In 2007, a list of roads was sent out with tax statements, and a notice of a public hearing for February 26th of 2008 was also included. A map was available in the judge's office for people to come look. At that time, Durst Barron's Road was included in that list. The road forks and goes, there's a south and a north route. And so that road was on the list. The map, however, in the book does not show the southerly fork. If I would have gotten that list and saw Durst Barron's, I lived on Durst Barron's, okay, it's on there, I don't need to go look and do anything. And on December 15th of 2008, at the request of Rural Addressing, 911 office requested a name change for clarity, because you had two roads basically with the same name. And so that was changed in 08, and it became Brodigan Road. August 29th of 17, Commissioner Neffendorf decided that Brodigan was no longer a county-maintained road. There's really no hearing or anything else to it, so just trying to figure out where we are, what's the official deal with that. There was some maintenance done on that road somewhere around 2010, 2012, according to my road crew, what they can recall. Yeah, it's just been an interesting turn of events and trying to figure out where it is.
So do you think that road maintenance by the county was performed up until that 2007 or 2008 time period?
It was actually done in either 10 or 12. There was some maintenance done after that map and stuff was adopted according to my current road foreman. He recalls they did some work on it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Carnes, go ahead.
Well, we're people who, in reliance on there being a county road there, decided to move our residents and our STRs, build STRs and do all that stuff on Brodigan Road. And we ended up selling, we used to own all the way to River Road. We wanted to now Brent Gamble's property, Brent and Misty Gamble. But we made a lot of decisions in reliance on there being a county road. We built two cabins, which at the time cost $300,000. We built our home there. My office is there. We basically set up the B&B business in 2009. Again, we had started construction when it was clearly a county maintained road. During construction, all we got was a message on my wife's phone that the county had decided without notice to no longer do maintenance on that road. So we're in kind of the enviable position of being a public road, but having no maintenance. So in reliance, we built these cabins, we built my house, we built our office. We, from the very beginning, paid hotel motel tax to the county and the city. Revenues were at the end about $60,000 a year, but in 2024, we ceased to operate those businesses on the property because of the danger of large holes in the road. Essentially, when the road, part of the issue with the road is the way it was constructed initially. The road has no curvature to it. It has no ditches. It has no drainage. So what would happen was there'd be a heavy rain and the road would become a river. I mean, the water just runs down the road. That doesn't go into any ditches, doesn't do anything. It just runs down the road and of course deconstructs the road. And as that began to happen in the last couple of years, we realized that there was a defect in the way the road was constructed because there is no road base. The road was built on top of dirt and caliche, sand and caliche. There is no road base supporting the road at all. To give you an idea, from our from the mailboxes where Brodigan Road begins until our gate is 0.9 miles. There's about an additional 0.2 of a mile to the Fritz gate. So we're talking about essentially a mile of road. The pavement, I mean, this is not a road you can patch. I don't know if Mr. Yansky's taking pictures, but this is a road that's basically well into the process of deconstructing itself. So we're asking, one, because of the way the road was initially constructed, two, because of the way the issue was dealt with, where there was no notice and opportunity to be heard at the time that this commissioner's court initially made this decision to discontinue maintenance. We're asking that the road be brought back into the county system and that the county resume this road, and so we can conduct our businesses and get to our homes. I mean, it's just, right now, nobody has the obligation to maintain this road, including us, and including the county, and, we need some direction. We have gotten estimates on doing things like grinding the existing pavement, which is what you would have to do, and putting another surface on it. Estimates for that are in the range of $100,000. We're not talking 3.7 million, although most of the money is going to be different. I don't know. But, this was a road that was a county road for 25 years that the county constructed, and we're just asking the county to. And there's a lot more people that live off this road than there was at the time that maintenance was. The cabins weren't built. I don't think the county even knew of them. Our residence certainly wasn't there. The Fritzes and the LaRues have added additional residences to that property. And it's also part of a plan of CTEC to, an efficiency project, is a sustainable electricity project that runs right down that road and further down to the south to join Highway 87, which is an important part of CTEC's plan for the future as the city continues to expand to the south. So for all those reasons, we'd ask that you consider taking over maintenance of that road again. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
I do not.
And I think, Mr. Yansky, we've been through 4 county commissioners since this started, and this is the first time we've had the opportunity to talk.
And that's why I put it on the agenda too, because it has some special circumstances, I think, where according to what was done, Durst Barron's Road was on that list.
Yes, it was.
So yeah, I'm just trying to get a clarification of where we are. Is it truly county road still? Was it abandoned or not? So.
If it was abandoned, it was abandoned without notice.
Without notice, correct.
Thank you.
So the 1.1 miles, does that go to the gate that you and I talked about?
Yes, sir. That goes to the Daniel Fritz, Dynamo Route property line where that gate is.
Okay. It's at the south end of that street.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Yansky, were you able to find any legal opinion from any council advising on the status of this?
I have not been able to this time. I've got some research done by a title company that shows that it's still county property. I don't think that necessarily dictates that it's county maintained road, but that we do have a right of way through there. Needed to have an open discussion on this, and tabling this is not out of the realm, in my opinion, to be able to do some more research on it and get some type of legal opinion.
So the renaming of the road to Brodigan occurred when?
December 15th of 2008, which was about 10 months after the hearing that our road Bible was approved in February. So at that time, it was still listed as Durst Barrens, the two forks.
And it was, the renaming was, they made us rename it in connection with the 911 addresses.
Yeah, so fire EMS could get where they needed to correct. And in that Bible, the drawing of the road does not show the fork, but at the time it was listed as Durst Barrens, and I don't know that anybody would have, I gave y'all in that packet the list of the roads that was presented with the ad valorem tax deal. And it shows Durst Barrens, doesn't give a distance of any of the roads or anything, it has a full list. I would not be compelled to come look at a map if I looked at this and saw Durst Barrens is on there, I live on Durst Barrens, it's covered, so. That's my contention of where we need some clarification.
So if the county would take over maintenance, you would continue, you would just basically grade the road? It's a dirt road, is that correct?
It's gone to the point of a dirt road now, yes, and we would do what repairs we could, budget wise, and make it usable, and over time, possibly get it back to full.
So is the Durst Barrens Road, is it paved?
That one is, the existing Durst Barrens Road is paved and has been worked. It is fairly decent shape as compared to Broderick.
Do you know if it was paved when the map was drawn for the 2008 acceptance of the county roads?
I believe it was that they were both paved at that time.
Both south and north fork?
Both sections were.
So the current Brodigan Road, the pavement has basically deteriorated and
Yes,
it
sir.
went away?
Yeah.
Okay. So they were both paved by the county at one
They were
time?
both paved by the county at one time. And according to Lee Haynes, current foreman, he was on the crew back in 2010, 2012. He said they used the Dura patching machine that we used to have. To repave Broderick.
They used to what?
The Dura patcher
Oh.
machines that we used to have.
Sludge and leaf gravel.
And that was either 2010 to 2012, somewhere in there. So that was after the fact of the map and everything, and supposedly that a commissioner said they were no longer doing maintenance. But so I say some conflicting information, and we just need to get it clarified.
So from what I understand is that in 2008, when the county roads were accepted, the county did maintenance on that road after that event, even though it wasn't in the county road map that was accepted.
Correct.
And you're saying it fell through the cracks because it wasn't renamed to Brodigan at the point when it was accepted, but the map was drawn just to one side of the road, or
Correct.
one fork of it.
Yes. Yeah. So I say nobody questioned it because it was on that list.
Dr. Fritz?
I'd like to give you a little history on that road.
Okay.
We used to drive right through the middle of Cleveland's pasture. And we had ruts that deep, you know. But I brought it to the east side because we were disturbing their hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And so Clayton agreed to let us use the east side. He gave us 32 feet. And that's really not enough to build a decent road, but
Right.
we had a good road. Mr. Kopp offered to rebuild it. We furnished the caliche and the cattle guard, and they did the work. And then he came and paved it. That's been many, many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten so bad, when the big suck holes form, my wife and I get quickcrete. And in one little session, we put in 50 bags of quickcrete into those holes. We should have put in 150. That's how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Mr. Ronsleben maintained Durst Barrens. he did not maintain our road. He did give us some paving material that we used to fill the hole at the time. He did give us that. And that's about the extent of it. So anyway, it's deteriorated where it's a Jeep road now.
Thank you, sir. I believe there's some millings that they delivered out there from, there was some millings that they delivered out there from the information I've got. Some recycled road material that they brought out.
Yeah, and we did the work putting it in the hole.
Do we need more information? No action at this time? Get it legal?
But I mean, in my opinion, with this sort of strange history of this road, I think, we just need to know if it's a county road or not, because if it's not, we can't expend any public funds on it. So I think that's the threshold question, is whether this is a county road or not. That would require some looking back at the process of how this sort of fell off of the roadmap, if that was, the
Can I say
intention.
something? I've spent
Yes, ma'am.
probably 20 years on this issue, and we've gone and researched all throughout the court records. It has never changed from a county road to a private road. I've spent lots of time, going through all of the county records. It has not changed. It's a very serious issue.
So, I mean, if that's what you want to do,
Well, I will say this, is that when the county roads were accepted in 2008, it very clearly states any road that is not listed on this, the county will not maintain. So my question, the question I'd have is that if it was inadvertently left off, I think that it would take Commissioners Court action to put it back on. And it sounds like to me that there's quite a bit of evidence that that road was intended to be on, and somebody just didn't look at the map to see, did it have both forks? It got renamed. The county worked on the road after the 2008 event. So, to me, I guess there's a question about whether or not it was inadvertently left off or intentionally left off. But then if it was intentionally left off, why did the county continue to work on it post 2008 when that county road adoption program was done? So.
And at the adoption time, Roddigan was not even the name, so Roddigan itself couldn't have been left off. So it does raise some different questions.
But then that map the map in the book there does not show a fork?
Does not show a fork, no. Didn't get stuck with one of Bell's copies, did it? I have a copy of that. There it is. Now, this is the page out of that book where it just shows the Darris Barron side. Which would be the one that goes towards the bottom of the page. But again, if Darris Barron's was listed, I would not have been compelled to come and look. Was the whole road on there? So I think
Who was the commissioner in 2008? Do you remember?
8 was
Donnie.
Well, not for that precinct.
That precinct, no.
Yeah.
I showed Calvin Ronstaven was.
Calvin?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he was from 01 until 17.
Ms. Shu, I'm sure you don't remember, recollect, or shed any light on the subject?
As far as precinct 3, had nothing precinct 4, but I know we were instructed to do the road material or the road document as per the Texas legislature, I believe.
Correct.
And I know that we went through a lot of, in fact, we had an attorney firm that guided us through that process. That told, that went through the process as per the statute. And there was a process of listing all the roads. We had public hearings, people could come in and research the roads, and if they had any additions or deletions of what was presented, they could do it at that time. And we had, I think, maybe one, if I remember, one citizen that had some questions, not to this one. But it was basically what the county was maintaining in 2007, 2008, correct?
Mhm.
That would be the county road from that point on. And as far as Commissioner Yansky's problem, I don't know whether it sounds like it was on the list under a different name.
Correct. It was, at the time that hearing was done, it was still Durst Barron's Road, and that was on the list. Brodigan was not even thought of until December, where that hearing all took place in February.
But was Brodigan Road a county road at the time?
No.
As Durst Barron's.
Named as Durst Barron.
Yes,
But
yes, it
not
was.
specifically as Brodigan
Yeah,
Road.
because it had not even been thought of to change that or anything until rural addressing 911 had to do something because of the split in the road to get fire and EMS to the correct location.
Sure,
So
I understand.
And is it possible to look up for the legal firm that may have guided them through that to see if
that
they may
was
still have?
Jim Allison and them. I can start with Jim and see, yeah, what information you may shed on or.
Let me ask.
Well, I'm going to give my opinion on this one more time, is that in 86, they petitioned the county to abandon a portion of Durst Barron's Road and move it to a new location, and the court approved that.
Correct.
And Durst Barron's Road was a sort of a curved loop, and then basically it has those two forks. Durst Barron's Road was listed on the roads in the publications as being accepted as a county road or in the process for 2008. And so to me, the only issue is the map was drawn wrong. Because Durst Barron's Road existed in two forks at that time, and it was later renamed to a different deal. So from my perspective, the map was wrong. All other communications were correct with respect to the public. And it simply was a map issue that got adopted, but the road name was adopted, and that road was already a county road, Durst Barron's Road. The map just didn't reflect the whole road. So that's my perspective.
And I agree with that. I just want to make sure we're not doing anything incorrect, and if we feel we need any type of other ruling on it.
Mr. Rongley asked me to rename the road. He wanted to name it after me, and I said, no. The Brodigams owned that country for many, many years. We own that. And that's why it's Brodigam Road.
I think a quick answer would be if you call Jim Allison, he will know off the top of his head probably what statutes it covers and how to resolve this issue in probably one phone call.
He is an amazing gentleman, and my short time on court dealing with him.
I didn't remember that he was the attorney on this project, but if he was, he'd get you your answer like quickly.
I guess I'm getting confused in the fact of why did Commissioner Ronslaben at the time call and say that they voted to cease maintenance? I mean, that throws.
And to find record of that,
Yeah.
we cannot find any record of that. So is that a statement of convenience?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I think we need to look in the book and see who the legal firm was that did it and see if we
Look at
can.
the bottom of the page there, Judge Jones, is that Allison
Allison Bass.
Allison Bass. It was actually Bob Bass that did the work on roadways. But they're both good.
Yeah.
I would not have a problem with no action on the item and bring it back. I will contact Allison Bass.
I think that'd be a good direction to go.
No, exactly. I mean, it's,
Well, I mean, there's two outcomes. It's either it is still county road or it's not. And if it's not, I mean, that doesn't mean we can't take action to bring it back in also. I mean, if that's what, the court's inclined to do based on,
Why is George Barron's Road is still being maintained frequently? So because there was one portion, the other fork was renamed, why does that, it seems like it's mainly an issue of, because I know exactly what happened with the renaming. We moved out there, we've been out there since 2007, and it took UPS a day and a half to find us. Initially, when we moved out there, where they decided us to put our mailbox, because they didn't want to go all the way down what was initially finally named Oregon. And so with having two young children, rural addressing got involved and said, we need to do something about this. UPS actually contacted rural addressing. So anyway, that's the whole story there. But Durst Barron's has been maintained all of this time. With simply renaming where it forks off, literally just a mile, I don't understand what the issue is here. It was maintained the main part, and simply because of us moving off, we got a red sign and they stopped maintaining it for 20 years. And it's become so dangerous that my son actually was in a serious accident where the tire came off of his vehicle on 87. And I know that it's because of what happened on this road and all of this having to meander. Just please consider doing this, because otherwise we can't afford to be out there.
and I think the court will agree to take the Broadcom Road, but we would like to get a true legal definition or ruling on that. Make sure that we are within our means and correct.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question more specifically is this mapping that was put together, there's a section that we're talking about was not highlighted on that map as being county maintained moving forward. And I think we're questioning whether that was intentional or not, or maybe it was just left off. And then, I mean, this happened for any of us were on the commissioner's court. And so as far as, the communication, why that determination was made or communicated that it's no longer maintained, I don't know if that was based on the map. Just from the discussions today, I get the impression that the court is probably inclined to address this one way or the other. There's just, the route we have to take depends on the status of the road currently. Anything else y'all want to say? And even the road mapping, this issue of printing the book and having the map of all the roads. I mean, those were the roads that the county was asserting an interest in. It doesn't necessarily mean the negative or the opposite of that, which means if you're not on, we're not asserting that interest. So I think there was former commissioner, you said I think there was one objection. It was somebody that didn't want the road to be public road
They
going
didn't
through
want
their property.
clarity, but there was one objection, and they did not want it to be a public road.
Right.
We watched that.
Right. So I think that was the intent, was like if you saw something on the map that you objected to being a public road, you could raise that concern, but it didn't really say the opposite, which was if you thought you should be and you're not, that you could somehow, bring that concern forward. So I don't know. I guess that's a long way of saying I don't know that this mapping process is dispositive on this type of issue. I think it would be on the flip side.
Judge?
Yes.
I've studied this a lot. I'll send you some case law on this. The statute says it's conclusive, but the courts have said otherwise, that a road that was not a county road that was inadvertently included cannot suddenly become a county road. It would have already met those requirements and vice versa. So if something's inadvertently left off, that can't remove its status. So that's not the process to prevent that.
Right.
So I can send you some information.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion or action on this item today?
So we're gonna get discussions with the attorneys that help draft this, to try to get
Yes,
some
sir.
clarity.
That would be my recommendation on no action, okay, with House and Bass.
All right, so for item number 22, we had discussion. There will be no action today. We'll bring this back as soon as we have more to discuss or action can be taken on this item.
For those of y'all that were here for this, thank y'all. And we will get to the bottom of this, hopefully very quickly now.
There's the roadmap. Or any other special items you want to discuss?
Not in a particular order, maybe a bathroom break.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, it's 10:31 a.m. We're going to take a brief recess. And we'll try to reconvene at 10:40 a.m. Okay, it's 10:40 a.m. We're going to reconvene the open meeting for the Gillespie County Commissioners Court. Any special requests before we start going back in numerical order?
No.
All right, we're going to move to item number 5, which is consider approval of the county clerk minutes for Commissioners Court meetings.
I'm requesting approval for May 4th and May 12th of 2026.
I've reviewed both of those, and I don't believe there's any edits for us.
I move we approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, consider approval of the airport operator's liability insurance policy renewal. This is a proposal from USI Insurance Company. Morning, Tony.
Morning, Judge, morning, Commissioners. This is our standard rider for airport operations out at the airport. It's, I don't know why it's out of cycle like this, but we're looking for just the basic coverage, which is $3,020. It is budgeted. We'd like to decline the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act and award extended coverage.
So yeah, this is just a standard liability insurance that we
Yes, sir.
maintain.
Right.
I move we approve the airport's operators liability insurance policy renewal proposal from USI in the amount of $3,002. $3,020.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? I just want to clarify that we're binding the regular policy, but we're declining the terrorism coverage. That was a request.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Here's the application for your signature.
Item number 7, consider approval of a quote for roof repair, reinforcement, and waterproofing for the county's T hangars at the county airport.
This project is the first step in the renovation of the 3 county T hangars. In doing so, we thought getting the roof repaired first would be the best option. This was presented to the Airport Advisory Board, and it was recommended at a 4-to-1 vote for that, for the renovation. I got multiple quotes, one from Lone Star Roofing, and then Texas Roof Coating was the second. The original quotes were for silicone. When I got the Texas Roof Coating quote, I asked if they had any better recommendations. They came up with a better offer. Lone Star Roofing did not change their quote. So we're recommending going with this Uniflex elastometric primer coating. They said this is would work best for those T hangers. The quote is for $46,635.95. In addition to this approving the quote, I'd like to also add to pay the invoice once work is complete, if that's possible.
So which one is it?
The Texas Roof Coating.
Is this part of a ramp project?
This is, oh, thank you for bringing that up there, Keith. Yes, it is a ramp, so it's 90-10 money for this project.
So the deal in here has Texas Roof quoting at 70,000.
Right, that was for the silicone, and I also sent in a quote for the other version.
Go to page 40.
Oh, okay, all right, I see it now.
I just wanted to attach all the quotes that I had received.
So on the 90-10 money, Tony, we paid an invoice and we get reimbursed.
Yes.
Texas roof coverage.
I move we approve the quote for roof repair, reinforcement, and waterproofing for county T hangers at the county airport in the amount of $46,636.95 with Texas Roof Coatings, which is also part of a grant money for reimbursement, 90-10.
It's
635.
635, yeah.
I amend my motion to $46,635.95.
Second,
Approval and payment, I'm sorry. I need to amend my motion again.
I'll amend my second.
All right, we have an amended motion and amended second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 8, consider approval of a quote for upgrade of security camera systems at the county airport and approval to pay for the work upon completion.
Hey, Judge, this is Roger Bunker and I have been working on upgrading the security camera systems for over a year before he retired. We brought out 2 companies to come and give us quotes. One was led by Weaver and Verkada. They came out and gave us a quote. Even though the Verkada system is a very top of the line system, they had a lot of issues with, or not issues, but requirements. They only can use their cameras and their systems. So their quote came out to basically take all of our current cameras out and replace them with 8 cameras. And their quote was for $37,000. Roger and I thought that was an overkill, not an overkill, but too much for not the amount of quality we wanted. So we brought out Bright Watch and Eagle Eye. They actually also sell Verkada too, but they decided to go with a better option for us. They provided us a quote for the terminal building, which is what Verkada was doing, and also extended that coverage to the north to get the majority of the airport up north. So their quote is for $43,044.35. That includes 22 cameras versus the 8 cameras Verkada was doing. And again, it covers. I attached pictures to the source documents, I guess, in there, the support documents on there. So again, we're getting a lot of coverage for a little bit more than what Verkada offered. And again, the Airport Advisory Board unanimously recommended going with Bright Watch and Verkada. This is also a ramp project, so it's 90-10 money. There is a annual reoccurring cost. All the security systems now are coming with recurring costs. So currently, right now, we're projecting that the cost, the recurring cost will be $7,094.94 yearly. And again, that recurring cost is also ramp eligible, so it's 90-10 money for that.
So how much is your combined recurring?
Say that again.
Your combined recurring cost, how much is it? You just mentioned it, 7,000.
No, I can get pulled back up. $7,094.94.
And the installation of 44,044.35.
Right, and that price includes the recurring cost for this year.
For the first year.
Yes, sir.
Is that maintenance included in that then?
Yes,
Is
sir.
there a terminal?
Yes, sir.
And it was going from 8 cameras to 22, so you're over doubling the coverage.
Well, yes, sir. And our current system right now needed, what drove us there is that we weren't getting good view of the runway, and the cameras are starting to fail. I'm bringing Weaver out multiple times a year to come out and fix them, so Roger and I said we needed to get a different system. Weaver actually came to us first and said, we want to replace everything, and then we did with Verkada, and we're like, no, that's, we're going from 8 cameras to 8 cameras, and we're still just got the terminal building. So we brought in White Rocks and got 22 cameras and covering a lot more territory of the airport. And Bright Watch and Eagle Eye can use the majority of the cameras that we already have in existence. And I don't know if I mentioned it, that the airport advisory board did unanimously recommend approval.
I move we approve the quote from Bright Watch in the amount of $43,044.35 for the upgraded security camera system at the county airport, and approval to be paid for the work upon completion.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. I'll
Thank you.
look to see if you want to sign the quotes, or do you want me to sign them and send it back?
I typically will sign them on behalf of the county. Here's your insurance deal also. Okay. Thank you. All right, item number 9 is consider approval of a revised estimate for equipment upfitting for Constable. It's actually Precinct 2 patrol vehicle for Precinct 1. Good morning, Constable.
Good morning. So I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm asking the court to consider approving the amount for the upfitting, $24,011.96. That's from Far West Outfitters. If the court approves that, then I would also ask for transfer of funds. I'm $210.96 short in my auto account. So I would be asking the court to consider taking that amount out of the training and travel. So that number is 4902 is the training budget. And the auto budget is 6,004 numbers.
And what was that amount?
The deficit is $210.96.
So you said this is a revised estimate. Was there a quote earlier that we had for upfitting?
There's been a couple of quotes from different companies. The one the sheriff's office was using. The last time I was here, we got a quote from them. I don't even think they're in business anymore.
Okay.
So I'm back to Far West, which we've had really good results with.
This is a buy board, right?
Yes.
I'm just looking at the budget amendments in this wasn't submitted as part of that, was it? The 200, whatever you need, the 211.
1096.
I don't see it in the packet as one that was already requested. Since we didn't notice this item for a line item transfer as part of the action, we can approve the estimate, but we can't approve the line item transfer for your budget today. We'll have to put that on a future meeting. Hopefully that won't hold you up on, I mean, I don't know if they're waiting for payment right now, but it's,
No, sir.
okay,
It's gonna be a little while, so.
okay. So I get to work with the auditor's office and whatever you need to do to get your line item squared away for this, and then we can approve that at a future meeting.
Yes, sir.
I move we approve the revised estimate for equipment upfitting for Constable Precinct 2 patrol vehicle. The vendor's Far West in the amount of $24,011.96.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Constable. Item number 10, consider approval of an invoice for autopsy services rendered by Hill Country Forensics. It's just a test.
Those.
Goes to Commissioner's
Do you have
pants.
the book pages in that whole document? 83? 83? Okay, this item is for JP for Precinct 4. There's 2 autopsies on the invoice. I think this is standard. The only reason it's on the agenda because it exceeds a $5,000 threshold. It requires Commissioner's Court approval since there's 2 on one invoice. So the total amount for both of them is $6,766.
I'll move we approve the invoice at $6,766 for the Hill Country Forensics for 2 autopsies.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 11 is consider approval of a list of sale juror payments that are now forfeited and void by operation of law. And the Commissioner's Court needs to identify what line item those forfeited funds will be placed into. I believe the last time we did this action was in early 2023. The law basically states that if a juror fails to present their payment to cash the check or whatever form of payment they receive, if they fail to essentially use it or procure it from the bank within a period of time, then it's voided and forfeited by operation of law.
What's the amount?
It's $2,674. Is anyone here from the Treasurer's Office to present this item? The oldest check on the register is from 2020. And the most recent check is from June of 2024.
Where do the funds go to get? I'm sorry, did you say that?
But that's what we have to decide.
Okay.
I believe that the treasurer's request was to place them in the general fund. So there's 141 checks, $2,674 is the total. Actually, the treasurer did not request where to pay, so that's up to us. We can put it back in the juror fund, although that's split among many courts, so I don't know if that's a good option.
Well, I move we approve the voiding of the presented checks in the amount of $2,674 and that the funds be deposited into the general fund.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12, consider approval of payment of invoice from Chad Lovell for professional accounting services rendered in the county treasurer's office. Is there anyone from the treasurer's office that wants to present this item? Can somebody try to run? We need somebody to present this.
I can go get it.
We can send somebody.
McKenna's going. Can we, there's several of them for 16. Can we bounce that?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it right after this. Ms. Schneider, you wanted to make a comment on this item, also Mr. Knightsky. I believe that's all. You want to go to 16 and come back? Is that what you're asking?
Well, while she's getting, I just want to come. I just know there's several of them sitting before.
There's several library items, though.
All right, what about 17? Let's go to 17. Consider approval of revised business hours for the County Veteran Service Office.
I'm the liaison to that office. They currently work 8 to 4. They take appointments whenever needed. They just need an official room. I'd say they work through lunch most days. They take them after 5, after 4 if they need, but it's by appointment, and they cut their hours, and both employees are consistently 40 hours a week of whatever needs to be done. That being said, I move to approve Veteran Service Office hours from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Second.
The motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Morning, Chad. All right, we're on item number 12, which is the request to pay an invoice for your services rendered in the county treasurer's office. I think from the agenda item that was submitted, these are outside the scope of the regular contract, and so I guess these are billed at an hourly rate per that agreement, but they have to be approved separately.
It was for the Q1 2026 state reporting, since that was something we could file currently to kind of capture the discount on that. So why we filed that one now, but that's what the invoice is for. Sure.
All right, Ms. Schneider, do you want to make your comments?
Sure.
And Mr. Knightsky, you're next.
So you did answer one question for me, Chad, thank you. Because I have an email from you, Judge Jones. And let me just say for everyone here, I have over 1,000 documents that I FOIA'd from the county auditor, from Judge Jones. The county treasurer has never responded to a single FOIA. So, but my question is, we are in a situation now where we are far exceeding what was budgeted. We also have work being done out of scope. And that concerns me because I'm looking at some of these emails over the period of time, and I'd like to read these for context. This one is from Marcy Schneider to Daniel Jones, Charles Olpers, Keith Palmer, Dennis Neffendorf, Don Weinheimer, and Albert Patillo. It is dated October 2nd, 2024. I want to inform you that none of the bank reconciliations, except for the county attorney, have been prepared at all for fiscal year 2024. E.D. Bailey LLP has been waiting for information from the treasurer's office this entire time and is unable to proceed as no interest income has been posted for fiscal year 24. and no credit card reconciliations have been performed and posted for fiscal year '24. As I have previously stated, this is a huge issue and leaves the county vulnerable to many risks. If these are not prepared by the time the external auditors arrive, they will not perform our audit until they are prepared or will issue an adverse opinion. I wanted to make you aware. Again, this is dated October 2nd, 2024. I also have conversations or FOIAs from the commissioners that none of you have asked any questions on this issue at all. That's deeply concerning, okay? This is a big issue. I have an email from Crystal to Vicki Schmidt, and it copies Judge Jones, Karen Bernhardt, and Marcy Schneider, and it's regarding Chad Lowell's agreement. It's dated March 30th, 2026. It's a lengthy document, but it talks about the fact that that the county has granted a contract for $25,000 a quarter for outside services for Chad Lowell to do the work in the auditor's office, specific work. But we now have all of these invoices appearing for services that are outside the scope. I'm gonna go back to some of my questions. So this is the context for my questions. The county, and let me ask this question and some of these other things. I did see that in one of the quarterly reports, does the county owe the state $500,000 in back taxes?
In taxes?
Speaking of the state quarterly reports, there's a fee in there for $500,000 in one of the reports I looked at. Do we owe the state $500,000?
Chad, do you know what the status is on the reporting, on remitting to the state?
So we're paid, I'll have to go look at it to see what.
The answer is yes, correct?
Oh, I haven't looked at the number to see what.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'd have to look
So
at it.
these are the quarterly reports, and he just finished the 26th in order to get a filing discount. The one that I have, and I've got an email from you to Judge Jones dated March 11, 2026, that you just finished first quarter 2024 in March. Has that been approved?
As far as.
The commissioners been paying it? Okay, and how much was that amount?
I'd have to look at it, but it's probably in the 80 to 90,000.
Okay, so, maybe the auditor can answer this question. Refresh me well, you may not know. I avoided these documents. I see a number of 500,000 that is owed. Can you explain that?
So, from what I know, there's the third and fourth quarter of '24 and all of '25. Those quarters have not been paid.
These are court fees?
Court fines and fees.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, not taxes.
The
Yeah.
quarterly-
So, okay, so that's what I'm looking at, okay. I, like I said, I have a lot of documents, I have a lot of financials, and to see that number jump out in addition to the $7.7 million fee account. Are you all familiar with that, what the fee account is?
Again, I'm not sure what you're looking at when you say fee account.
You don't know what the fee accounts are?
I don't know what you're looking at.
But my question is, do you know what the fee accounts are?
Again, I
The
don't know.
total,
what-
the total amount, well, it's a really good question you asked me, Commissioner Weinheimer, because during the budget meeting, I asked, why were we spending 7.7 or 7.5 million deficit spending? And you responded that it was because we were spending down the reserve accounts. In reality, that number is what is still in the fee accounts because they've never been swept. Meaning that money has never been paid out to its rightful owner, so it is showing up as a liability. It's not deficit spending, it's a liability that's still on the county's books for 2.5 years. So Chad, when will those fee accounts, where are you auditing, are you reconciling the fee accounts?
Yes.
And where are you on those reconciliations?
So we're in the process now, we've met last week on it to move the funds over. And it's not 7.7.
What's the number?
It's closer to 2.7.
So how many have been moved, how much prior, so that number that's on the budget that the 2026 budget, what does that encompass? That 7.5, that now shows on report at 7.7.
I don't know what you're referring to.
So I think this is where I'm going, it's not what I think, it is, I'm going with this. This issue in the auditor's office, or in the treasurer's office, is so off the rails that we have lost our bond rating by Standard & Poor's. And Judge Jones, I'm gonna put you definitely in the hot seat here, because you had over a year to work with Standard & Poor's to get the audit complete. I've read all of these documents now. You had a year, and our credit rating was lowered from AA+ to 0. That is going to impact any bond that this county ever needs to go forward. And in fact, it could put in jeopardy the outstanding balance on the jail bond to be called. We need a full session on the county treasurer. I mean, this is out of control. We're paying Mr. Lowell not only $25,000 a quarter to do reconciliations, but we're also doing all this other work out of scope. How much money have we spent on the current contract with Mr. Lowell?
I can't tell you as of today. I sent that number, I think, to Mr. Schneider last time I had that data.
That is Mr. Schneider. I am Mrs. Schneider.
I think you were copied on the email, but I don't remember the exact.
That email was several months ago. A lot of work has been done since then. And why do we not have a contract with Mr. Lowell for work that's out of scope? I mean, this is why we have rules and procedures. And this is my point. We are flying by the seat of our pants, and we are addressing an issue that has been a problem for more than 2.5 years. And again, I go back to this email from R.C. Schneider, the county auditor, that we have a county treasurer who was your appointee for 14 months, who freely admitted she couldn't do the job. In September, when this all became public, she admitted she was trying. Mr. Lowell has literally now has a job as one of the most expensive hourly employees in the county at $200 an hour. And at this rate, we have no end date for Mr. Lowell to leave, but we're paying a county treasurer and we're paying a county staff. What are we paying for? Gentlemen, I mean, this is an issue. The bond rating is an issue. The fact that we owe this state $500,000, all of these things, the fact that the fee accounts haven't been transferred to their rightful owners. What am I missing? And there's silence from all of you. What do you tell people why this is occurring?
So you're fully aware the treasurer failed to perform some duties. We've hired people to fix it, and you continue to come after us for spending money to fix it.
And
So
no,
I don't know
I'm saying she
if your
still has a
solution
job.
is your solution to let everybody go and it fixes itself. We are working on trying to get it fixed, and apparently that's not good enough for you.
Commissioner Weinheimer, I have emails from you stating you have had no communications with this outside accountant regarding this problem. So
That is not correct
unexpected.
either.
So you lied.
No, you have requested the records I have. I gave you the records I have.
I asked for
That
all
does not
means and
mean,
correspondence.
will you let me speak? It does not mean I had not had conversations with people. Your
That's not what the
ability,
email said.
your
It said
ability,
it said all communications, meetings, correspondence. It was very thorough.
yes, and your ability to request those are records that we maintain. I've had conversations with Mr. Lowell many a times. They're not recorded. They're not in an email. They're not in a calendar.
And you act like they didn't exist. But you're saying they do exist.
I don't have to give you information that doesn't exist.
Okay, folks, are you hearing this?
Yes,
But
you don't
we have-
understand the FOIA
No.
request. The FOIA request
I
is for
clearly-
records. It's for
Mr.
records
Weinheimer,
that you have,
Are
and
you
we
aware
give
of
you
how
all of
many,
the records that I
are
have.
you aware of how many government local codes you were in violation of on these financials, all of you?
I'm just saying, you
Are you
continue to
aware?
ask for records,
Are
and then,
you aware?
then the records that you ask for don't include something that's not recorded. So you can't sit there and say, you've had no communication with somebody because it wasn't in a record. That is a
And-
false statement.
And no, it's not a false
Yes,
statement.
it is. It's
because
absolutely
you
false.
did not put in the FOIA response that you have had many conversations but they are not documented. You didn't
That
say that
is,
either.
that is not a responsibility of a FOIA request.
I
You don't
was very-
understand that.
I understand
No,
it
you
very
don't.
clearly.
No, you don't.
You don't want to answer the question. Okay?
We
But
are
the
obligated
issue-
to
the
give you
issue
records,
is-
and that's what we did.
The issue is, we had more discussions in public on Christmas decorations. We had, that have, might I add, Judge Jones, there was no approval for the committee for the Christmas decorations by this court. There was no approval by this court for the budget for the Christmas decorations. It was all done ad hoc. That is illegal, okay? You have not presented monthly financials in this court and certified them. That is also against local government code. All of these things have happened. And you all sit there and act like it's not a big deal. We are now in violation because we don't have a 24 or 25 annual audit. And that is the requirement to receive state and federal grants. Going forward, how are we going to ask for grants if we can't supply the documentation? And right now, and so everybody knows, we had 2 accounting firms fire the county. E.D. Bailey and also Neffendorf and Blocker. The longer we go without reconciliations being done, the harder it is going to be to get an outside audit firm. Do we have an RFP or an RFI for a new audit firm? Has that been done?
Has not been approved by the Commissioners Court, if that's what you're asking. We
So-
have not issued one.
So when is the 2024 anticipated date for the audit to be completed? And that is all accounts associated with the audit.
We met last week to discuss the wrapping up of 2024 with the auditor and Mr. Lowell. And so,
But I just asked if the fee accounts have been done, and they have not been done, so how can you have the reconciliations of all of it done?
That's what we met about. There's 2 months left for 2024 to move over, and so that's what we met, but we also have the rest of them completed. It's just now, we're working to move the funds over.
So you have completed all the state quarterly filings?
No, we have to do the fee allocations, then we can tie that out for them.
So you don't have any real idea when fiscal year 24 is going to be completely reconciled?
On our side, I would say within a month from now, should be less than that.
Okay, so is there a particular reason, Judge Johnson, why an RFP or an RFI hasn't been sent?
we talked about it on Wednesday as part of this meeting, as part of the meeting that we had.
So when is that going to be sent out?
We will have to have a Commissioners Court meeting to approve the issuance of it.
Again,
There were discussions by the county auditor with external auditing firms about inquiring about interest a while ago. It's not like we have just been completely ignoring this issue as far as retaining the outside auditor.
So am I to believe that the lack of emails and correspondence and taking this seriously in 24 was an indication either that I don't have all the FOIA records, or is it that there is no interest to get these resolved?
I'm going to echo what Commissioner Weinheimer said, which if I have a conversation with someone, there's no record to produce in response to a PIA or public information
But
act
there is an
request.
obligation to state that
No, there's not.
conversations, yes, there
There's
is.
no,
Yes, there is.
I'm not going to debate the open meet, I
So
mean, the
that
public
means
information
the
act.
conversations just didn't happen.
That's incorrect.
Why the secrecy, Judge Jones?
There is no secrecy, but you can't produce a record that doesn't exist, and we don't make records of every single
The
conversation.
implication there is I'm asking for all the communications,
I
all the
understand.
discussions, everything that happened between each individual commissioner and our outside auditors are the Neffendorf and Blocker, E.D. Bailey. And it implies that there's none.
No, you're jumping to that conclusion based
Oh,
on
no,
the
I'm not,
information
sir.
that you've received.
No.
Because when you, in response to an open records request, you produce documents that are in existence. You don't create information. You don't make a list of things that occurred but weren't in record. That's not what you're supposed to do. That you don't answer questions. It's very clear. And you're
So in
making
other
the
words,
assumption that.
let's don't put anything in writing, so I don't have to produce it. Okay.
I produced tons of documents for you.
Yes,
But
and you have-
every single,
there
every
are
single.
other documents
Hold
that
on,
I
you
wish-
stop talking over me, please. Every time we have a conversation, we don't have a record of it, and we can't produce a record that doesn't exist. And that's the point, is that you are assuming that because there's no record of a conversation, that it didn't occur, and that's incorrect. We all work in the same building, and so we have a lot of conversations by telephone and by, face to face that aren't gonna be in a record. If I've got a calendar deal, something that shows an appointment, I'll produce that, but I don't have a record of every meeting or every conversation I have with someone.
Okay, let's go back to one of the last times that Chad was here to answer questions.
Okay.
I specifically asked him at that time, have you had conversations with any of the commissioners? And he said, yeah, maybe 2 or 3. You're saying you've had a lot. But I think we've discussed this enough, and people can make up their own mind. Okay? The question again is, the public has a right to know how this is going to be resolved, and there are no answers for anyone. But it's costing the taxpayer a lot of money. It is costing us lost interest income. It is costing us how much in fines and penalties for the IRS taxes, or the state comptroller. All of these things added up. This is the point. We're paying a salary to an entire department. And who's responsible for refunding the public for all the fraud of her not doing her job? That's what she has a bond for, correct? And I asked in September, why will you not file on her bond and repay this money that is owed to the taxpayer? We've lost how much in earned interest income? Over $200,000? Who's responsible for that? She was your direct report for 14 months.
She was not. She was an appointed official, but that makes, once an official's appointed, they are autonomous like an
And
elected.
she's not autonomous because it does not allow you to fulfill your legal obligation under the Texas local government code of providing financials every month and authenticating those and certifying them.
I agree. I'm gonna address the other issue on the bond. So there's a bond and there's also insurance that we have, but until you can't, we don't know what the extent of damages are. And so it's premature to collect on damages when they're still ongoing. And so at some point, when we have an idea of what the total cost is, then there's options to pursue for reimbursement, but I can't do that, or we can't do that while this is an ongoing issue, just because we don't know what those damages are, may or may not be.
But we're not stopping the bleeding with a treasurer who's still getting a salary and who's occupying the seat. I mean, this is the point. We're continuing to throw bad money after good. And our point is, we want to see something seriously done about this issue. You all are smart, bright gentlemen. We are not seeing the concern and compassion for the taxpayer in resolving this issue. Like I said, there's huge gaps in your emails between Vicki Schmidt and yourself. 2 months, 3 months. There's no response to the auditor's emails about this problem. And the more the time goes on, the longer it is going to be that we have Mr. Lowell's services. I would like a financial accounting of all that we have lost and all that we have paid. And that needs to be brought to the public. This is my concern. I don't like standing up here doing this. I got plenty of other things to do, so do you. But nothing is happening. There is no accountability to the public, and this is why we are here every time we have a meeting, is to ask for accountability. Please, help us out here. Thank you.
Mr. Knightsky?
Yes, sir. So very quickly, I am showing over $25,000 in payment out of scope. And I'm also showing, again, over $25,000 out of scope. And I'm also showing disbursement of money under local Texas government code, section 113.041, item C. The county treasurer may not disperse money out of the county treasury without an order for payment from an officer who is authorized by law to issue the order. So there's no contract, There's no authorization. This is an untenable situation.
Thank you. What item is this? 12. All right, we're on item number 12. All right, the request is for payment of the invoice in the amount of $6,250. That's for the quarter one of 2026 state reporting.
I move we approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion or any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 14. Mr. Knightsky. Item number 14 is consider approval of the grant agreement between the State Comptroller's Office and Gillespie County. This is related to the Rural Ambulance Service Grant Program of an award to Harper EMS.
Yes, sir, and this dovetails exactly on the previous one. Thank you for getting the ambulance service. We do appreciate that. I'm just cautioning that I went through everything. There are significant reporting and accounting standards that they expect us to follow in order to maintain that. And so I would say upfront, while we're getting started on this new endeavor, which thank you for doing this, please get the accounting in order so that we can maintain it.
Thank you. Okay, so the reason this is on our agenda is because this grant program has to run through a county government, even though it's for a non-county provider. And so we did the application this year for Harper EMS. The grant is in the amount of $350,000. If you remember, we approved the application a few months ago. This is the essentially approving execution of the grant agreement for the award.
Can you go ahead and make a motion?
Sure. And one other thing is we'll need to do a sub-grant agreement with Harper EMS. That's one of the requirements of the agreement before we can proceed with any funding under the grant agreement.
That would be at a later date.
Yes.
I move we approve the grant agreement between the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts and Gillespie County for the Rural Ambulance Service Grant Program
Second.
in the amount of $350,000.
Second.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, you ready?
Am I ready?
Item number 16, did you want to speak on that item?
I'm awake.
Okay.
I'm ready.
You've got a few, I think 3 people have signed to speak up on item number 16. Item number 16 is consider approval of removing a collection of German books from the Pioneer Memorial Library Asset Inventory. Those books have not been in circulation in the recent past, and I guess discuss and designate plans for the use and relocation of that book collection. We have 3 individuals, former Commissioner Shu.
Don't say that too loud.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Shu. Mr. Knightsky, you signed up for this item also, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then, let's see, Mr. Musselman. So, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate me being here, and just take a deep breath and everything's gonna be okay. The item, first of all, I didn't think I'd be that in this room, but here I am. Thank you all for taking all the arrows and bullets and things that come your way. I know that there's many. But when I saw item 16, and I had some folks, some neighbors and friends call me and talk about the consider approval of removing a collection of German books from the Pioneer Memorial Library asset inventory. Said book collection not having been in circulation in the recent past, and designate plans for use and relocation of the book collection. I didn't want to talk about a little bit of history about the German heritage, and actually all the heritage of the county. And that, my question would be is, what are the plans for these German books? I don't know where they are now, if they're being stored somewhere, if they're in a safe place. I know some are probably in pretty bad condition. But I know that a lot of us who have been here and served for the county, our roots run pretty deep in German heritage, and I think we should look at all the heritage of the county. And there's some of us concerned about what's going to happen to these books. And I think that preserving our heritage has been pretty prevalent in a lot of campaign ads in the past. And actually, and that buck stops with you guys up here. I think we've all worked hard, and you have too, in trying to preserve our heritage, and we need to make sure that that's done. And I think we need to find some kind of a plan, put some kind of a plan in place, figure out how we're going to go from here on with all the information that we have. And I would propose that a lot of these books from our heritage are housed in the library in a certain place. It's a matter of setting priorities. I know shelf space is a problem probably, but and because there are a lot of people I think that are interested in doing research. But if we put them in a room, I don't even know if there's still a Texas room here. The Texas room used to be a Texas room, it's gone. And I think we need to take a deep breath and come back to what we really need to do. And I know there's a Pioneer Museum that houses these things, and they do a good job of that. But I still think that the public library for the county is a repository for historic documents that people can go in and research. And there's a good place to do that here. And so I would just ask you to maybe rededicate yourselves and to seeing what we can do, working with the library employees and the advisory board, and see what they come up with. But we have a number of advisory boards in the county, but you five gentlemen are the ones that make the final decision on policy. And so I would implore you to think about that for the citizens of the county and those who live here, have lived here for a long time. I think that, I'm not sure when it was, we used to have old school records in the law library years and years ago, and we were finally able to use some preservation funds, not taxpayer money, get some preservation funds to put all that information in binders and acid-free tissue paper and make sure that it would be preserved forever. And there's like a number of volumes. And for some reason they ended up being maroon in color. I'm not sure how that happened. but maybe from where I went to school, sorry. But that wasn't for the deal, color of the books, to make that straight. But I think right now that they're in the county clerk's office, and I'm pretty sure that Lindsay can verify that they are used some. But I think if we direct some of those, and they're supposed to be in the library, and I don't know what happened, and that's just another topic, but I think if we have a strategy of putting all this information together in one place for people to do research on it, and I would prefer the library, or make some kind of strategic plan for this. I just don't want to see these books being just set off the side, not being available to the public. They're very important as part of our county,
And that's part of a lot of your heritage that's sitting up here too. So I just want to ask you to look at those things and make sure that those things are being taken care of. I think the few ledgers that are in the clerk's office started in 1902. And then there's another set that starts in 1903 all the way to maybe the 60s. And there's a lot of information in there. Hopefully my report cards aren't in there, but there's a lot of information in there on home country schools. So, but just a word of, I mean, take care of that stuff and have it accessible to the public. And you all make a final decision on policy, and we trust you to do that. So that's all I have on that item.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Knightsky?
You struck it, don't you find the dinner?
I'll see you then.
Yes, you saw me design, drinking wine like this.
Mine, Freddie, line up.
When you're kidding around comment, Zoom usual. My German is not so good, I know it's fluent. This is important. I concur with everything he said. And just because they're not being used on a daily basis, I mean, it's far more important. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Maskey, do you got a second? Can you interpret any of that book?
I can work on it. Do you want me to hang on to this?
No.
Not permanently, but glance at it and can you decipher it?
Okay, let me have a look here, I'll give it back to you. Certainly.
Mr. Musselman, do you want to make your comment?
Commissioners, Judge, good afternoon. My name is Tom Musselman. I'm currently the president of the Library Advisory Board. And we were all appointed by you. The mission statement of the Pioneer Memorial Library Advisory Board, PML is committed to serving the people of Gillespie County by providing a wide array of resources to enrich the community as a hub for information, education, recreation, and culture. We offer a diverse collection of books, periodicals, audiovisual materials, and technology. Our goal is to provide inclusive learning and offer quality services that enhance the lives of all patrons. That's the mission statement of our Library Advisory Board. And I'd like to give you the organizational statement of the Library Board. The PML, the Library Advisory Board, advocates for the growth and development of public libraries, collaborates with both public and private entities to promote the library's best interests, and provides recommendations to the Commissioners Court through the library director and the department head as deemed appropriate. We have a great library west of us. Mr. Shu raised the issue of the German books. There are many issues. I think there are a lot of things involved in the German books. Number one, Donnie raised the issue that the Pioneer Memorial Library is a repository for housing historical documents. The Pioneer Memorial Library is a library. It's a place where people can go and check out books. If the Commissioners Court believes that Gillespie County needs a repository for housing historical documents, then you need to create a building. We have historical documents in this building. Since August of 2025, the Library Advisory Board has had this issue on our agenda every meeting. And we have met, it's been on our agenda at least 8 times now. The issue with the German books, and I believe that our librarian will attest to this, is it's a storage issue, it's a space issue. They're not in circulation. Their condition is, many of them is questionable. I think the county librarian is better able to discuss with you the impact of the books on the existing collection. So I know that the Friends of the Library, they've been doing great things with their bookstore. So I think the question the court has to make is the books are now stored in the library, and is that are we just going to store them? I, as a historian and a former teacher, I understand that space is always an issue in any kind of business. What used to be the Texas room at the library is now the young adult room. It's got books. The books being checked out by the public. I don't know what the answer is to housing the German books, but it's to me and to the Library Advisory Commission Board, the space issue is we feel there's a better use for the space, and if we're just going to store the books, there's a better place to store the books, maybe with records that are already existing in the county upstairs. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, thank you for what you do. I'm glad you're sitting there, not me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Musselman. Is Commissioner Yansky, did you want to discuss this, or did you want to have a librarian present the item, or I don't know how you want to proceed? Or both?
Again, I don't think we're looking to get rid of the books, but the space issue of the library, the working library, it's a busy hopping place over there. The library's been rejuvenated in the last several years. It is on a great course to continue that, and the space is definitely needed for other items. Has anybody that's in here actually seen the German books previously?
Not all of them, but.
It's been a while ago. It's been a while ago.
Okay,
But a lot of these books are books you can't check out, correct?
correct.
So how do you know how many people are reading them?
Well, I didn't ask about readers that they're aware of or seen them.
Well,
or
but that's
anything.
kind of the point, right? You can't take them out of the building, but are people reading them while they're there? That we don't know.
They're not even available to read right now, but the condition of them, I've got a box of some samples.
Ms. Hyman, how many books are we talking about? What kind of area?
It's like 300 to 400.
So it's a significant amount of books.
But many of them are the same. I mean, there's readers, classroom sets of readers.
Right, yes.
Which would be.
What is classroom sets of readers? I don't understand that.
School books. There are, in school books, you might have a classroom set where you're for your schoolroom, every kid's got the same book.
That's of like teaching you how to read and the phonetics of how to understand what you're reading. But we, back in, I want to say around 2014, 2015, we ended up having to put signs on all cases for the German books to please do not touch, because we've had so many books where people would look at them and it would be tourism. All the tourists would come in, look at the books, they would fall apart in their hands, and then they would come up to say, "Oh, we're so sorry this happened. Like, it's a book that's over 100 years old. What can we do for it?" So it's kind of difficult to try and figure out what we want to do with these. And I know the history is there. I don't want anything bad to happen to these books, but they're just taking up space that we can use for other collections in the library.
Yeah, and I got my library card for Pioneer Memorial Library 25 years ago. Those books were not in circulation at that time. They were not to be touched, and that is still the case. They were not touched until they got boxed up last summer and got moved up into our cataloging room. Since then, there have been a few people that have gone through them and made a list, because we don't know that script of German. We cannot read it, even the titles, and they made a list for us. So they unboxed them, put them on the shelves in that room. That room is locked up. But you go into that room, you can smell the old, the mustiness, the condition of them. There's a condition called foxy. That's where they get spots on them. It's just going to continue to get worse, and it's going to spread from one book to another book. And like Megan said, we don't want to see anything bad happen to them, but we would just like them out of the library so we can move forward. And yeah, that's foxy.
Yeah. Essentially, just think of it as a mold that's easily transferable. And it's because they've been in the cases on the bookshelves, it's spread through so much of the German books.
Well, I understand, and I agree with you. I agree with Mr. Musselman. I agree with Mr. Neitzke, and I agree with ex-Commissioner Shu. I don't think we should take those books and, to use a language that Shu would say, schmeiß spot.
That's right.
I don't want to do that, and I think it is important that we preserve our heritage and not get rid of the books. I think we need to come up with a real solid plan, because I know, and I'm not during your tenure as a head librarian, but prior to that, there were some books that have just been walking around, and we don't know where everything has went to, but I think we need to come up with a solid plan of what we're going to do with because it is important for our preserving our heritage. So I think we need to come up with a better plan of how we're going to attack this, whether we take all the books and preserve them on digitally, but there's some way to preserve this that is better than what we've done. And I'm not blaming you. In the past, some of the books have just got moved around.
So I'm actually confused on what it is that we want to do, or does anybody know what we want to do? Because all we've heard is about what we don't want to do. So, is there a plan to do something? Is there a recommendation?
Okay, Donnie.
I think for what it's worth, is that there needs to be a strategic first inventory of what's there. And I know they're fragile and they'll probably come apart pretty easy. But have a plan of action, set priorities, and then contact some of the preservation folks out there. You see them at all your conventions that you go to. I know they're there. We've used some in the past, and I know it's expensive. But what kind of number can you put on preserving our heritage as far as money goes? I know that the county collects funds every year on preservation projects that just identify, it's not tax money, that's identified to preserve for this kind of project. and maybe take priorities and see how many books you can do at a time and have a plan of action and to see what they recommend, the professionals. Because I think it's so important, not only for us in here, but for the future of this county. That even though they have issues, whatever you call it, spotting or whatever it is, I can guarantee you preservation folks can look at those and they can give you recommendations of what to do. So I would say have a strategic plan of how to attack this problem. It's not just your problem, it's all of our problem. And whatever we can do to start fixing it and keeping that stuff, preserving it for future generations, I think is really important. And I know there's some money available in our preservation
Number
budget
23.
and go from there. So, I mean, that's my recommendation.
I mean, there is money, I mean, I don't know what happened to the $167,000 for the estate gift that was given earlier in the year. And then you've got 23. If there's no restrictions on those, why could you not use that money to do exactly what Commissioner said?
The Library Advisory Board has been talking, I guess you're talking about the Draper.
Rebecca State, yes.
The Rebecca State, and then there's also the Brighton Fund.
The Brighton Fund.
The Brighton Fund. So the advisory board has been talking with the librarian about adding new furniture at the library to make it more appealing for people to be able to come in and sit. Much of the furniture that's there is uncomfortable. So this is our next project. We've started the lighting project. We're getting to the final phase of replacing lighting in the library. And the next phase we were thinking of doing was the furniture phase to continue to draw people in to the Pioneer Memorial Library. So one thing that I think is being lost in the shuffle is where did the books come from? And are they integral to, I'm a historian, okay? I've taught AP US history and AP government for over 20 years at Fredericksburg High School. So one thing about history, are we preserving these books just because they happen to be in German script? Okay. How did they end up in the library in the first place? They were in the Vereinskirche. And then the Historical Society did something in the Vereinskirche, and somehow they ended up in the Pioneer Memorial Library. So I'm all for preserving history. Do these books? There's a collection of German books that came out of a German professor's library in Kansas. What do we want to do with those? Are they going to put them in our collection and let people check those out too? So the question I would ask the court is, are we having this discussion about these books just because they happen to be in the German language? Or are these books actually have anything to do with our heritage here in Gillespie County? Were these books used at country schools? Or were they books that were they were similar to the books that were used in country schools? I don't know. But I do know that the issue in the library right now is a space issue. No one's saying we need to do away with the German books. I believe the issue right now is they need to be moved so that the Pioneer Memorial Library can better function as in its primary purpose of being a lending library for the citizens of Gillespie County.
Ms. Hyman, I'm always one of those that if you have a problem, that's great, but bring me a solution. We have a problem. We have a space problem. So what are these books? I guess I would like a better description of what are they or what do they pertain to? Is there anybody in the community that could possibly look through some of these books and tell us this is,
I think they have.
they have.
Yes,
Okay.
Ronnie Pugh has looked through them, her and a couple of other ladies on her committee. They've looked through them. They have made a spreadsheet that they've added and cataloged what we were not able to catalog. And I don't know I know little German. I can speak a few words, that's about it. I do know that some of them are like Better Homes and Garden or Ladies Home Journal type of books, but they were in German. And so we have like 13 years of monthly books that are similar to that. Maybe that's stuff that the ladies read here in Fredericksburg, 100 years ago.
I mean, I guess I'd want to, I want to preserve our heritage. Where could we put them that they could be displayed or to gone through? But what are the importance of these? There's a lot of unanswered questions for me to decide what I'd want to try to move forward with right now. I don't know, 300 books, is that one or two cases or, but I guess it's the condition of them that you can't just, a lot of unanswered questions for me to where I'm not going to be able to make a decision, I don't think, for me today on this.
And I go back to my former comment, Commissioner offers about looking what we have, set priorities of what pertains to Gillespie County. And I wouldn't have an issue of if there's some that are just in German, because they're German, we don't need to deal with them.
Yeah.
They have no importance to our local history. But I'm pretty sure, I feel sure that there's some over there that deal directly with our heritage here, and they should get on the top of the priority.
Well, I would probably say the same, Donnie, that like this book, I don't think this is any part of our heritage.
Sure.
But I think when we have writings or testimonies from our German descendants, I think that's important stuff.
That's what I'm getting at.
I think you could buy this book probably on Amazon right now, maybe in better condition.
Yeah.
And I'm not just discrediting it, I'm just saying,
Sure.
I don't think this is part of our German heritage because it's wrote in German.
Correct.
But I think there are some important things that we need to preserve.
Yeah,
Get a plan.
I'd like to invite any of you guys to come over. Megan and I can show you the books. Megan knows a little bit of German. She can't even read the script and most of it.
It takes me a little bit to look through it, because the W's and N's and.
Glenn Tribes couldn't even read the German script.
Yeah.
We brought him up into the room.
So that's impressive because Mr. Tribes is.
Yeah, he knows everything about everything. So. But, no, it's a little bit difficult to read. Like I said, it takes me a while to get through it. We do have a copy of the Fredericksburg, Texas Bush 50 Years. We have that in German, and it is on display in the building. But that is in a locked glass case attached to the wall. So that is something, yes, definitely. We want to keep that. We're not saying get rid of that. But anything like the Grimm's Fairy Tale, that's 1892. Why would we need that whenever that was spread all over Germany, all over the US?
There's some novels from like the 50s through the 70s, 1950s to 1970s that are in German that are part of this collection. I think that some of the people donated them to the library to add to the collection when people were reading German. Very few people are reading German anymore.
Well, I'm not. I'm challenged. What is the urgency of clearing out this space?
It's just another one of the things we want to get done so it'll work better
Knock down.
downstairs in our offices.
So they're currently not on the shelf.
No, they are in a locked room.
So my suggestion would be is that we assess the different books and we make a recommendation about these are not relevant to our heritage. These are in this kind of shape. We need to do this to preserve them. And this is how much it will cost, or give us options on that so we can make a decision on it. Because I mean, this is a pretty open-ended agenda item. It's like, what do y'all want to do with them? And we're not experts. Just as many of us here are not experts on what are the contents of the books, and then what needs to be done to preserve those books if they're really relevant to our heritage here. So my suggestion would be that we work on that and come back and say, we want to spend X amount of money to preserve these books out of these 300. The rest of those we can figure out what to do with and have a plan that we can act on.
So Commissioner, you asking the library then to make that to the librarian and her assistants to go through those books and say, these are the ones that we need to keep, and these are the ones that have something to do with Fredericksburg and these not? Or is there a committee in town that could do this? So
I think Commissioner Sue's, or Donnie Sue's volunteering. I mean, obviously, it's going to take somebody of some background with German language and being able to be fluent with it. I don't know who that is, where it is, how it is. I don't know that. I don't know.
Well, it's like the book that I just had. I would not be interested in digitally preserving that book. I mean, there's no benefit to the county to spend any type of funds to preserve something like that. But some of our heritage, I think, if there's a group of them that we could digitally preserve or something to that extent, I think it'd be a good venture to look at it.
I've had, I think, at least 2 meetings with Ronnie Pugh about this. She did a substantial amount of research going back through microfiche of the old newspapers and pulled together a lot of information on this issue kind of across the board. She also was trying to locate someone in San Antonio that could assist with preservation, even just the storage of it currently until we have something more permanent in place. So that's the long way of saying I know that she spent a significant amount of time looking at these books. She's the one that showed them to me when we went over and walked around the library one day. And so if she's interested and she's got some others that are working with her, I think they would be good to incorporate just from the background and time they've spent on this already.
Yeah, they've already.
I know Ronnie pretty well, and if she likes some assistance, I guess she can call me. That's a maybe volunteer.
And I think that her vision was not necessarily having these like on the shelf for checkout or for handling. It was more doing sort of static displays of, maybe opening the books and having some other accompanying materials that would kind of give a snapshot of the time, what was going on, in that time period.
But there could be a way, if you have very important books that you want to have people look at, there's a way to preserve them where the public can actually look at it.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if some might be in better condition that could tolerate more handling versus some that might be very fragile. I mean, I think we probably have a wide selection of materials. But I agree. I mean, we need to compile some sort of a definitive plan, and deliberate on it and make sure it makes sense as policy before we move forward. Can y'all, I guess, maybe propose a who you think would be qualified to assist if you want to have some library input, some citizen input, people that you've worked with on this issue. And then we can consider that at a future meeting, creating a committee to address this issue.
Okay.
I think it's important that y'all have some input, but I think it's also important that we have some outside, perspective as well.
Thank y'all. No action, Judge?
That's correct. Item number 16, no action, discussion only. I know this has been a lingering issue, so I'm glad we got some discussion on it today. Already done 17. Item number 18, consider approval of application for the FY25. It's referred to as the SCAP grant program. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to this item on my packet. This is a federal program that we've participated in for, I think, since I've been in office. We receive reimbursement when we, for certain costs that are expended at the county jail related to housing undocumented or illegal aliens. And so it's a reimbursement grant that was submitted. Karen, I don't know, I think Marcy mostly works on this. Do you have any details on the amount? I can't remember. I don't think it's a huge amount of money, but
Is it,
$199,000.
that's like the federal, that's
Oh,
like
okay.
that's the
oh,
across
that's
the country.
millions. Yeah, okay.
Anyways, it's driven by the number of days of housing, and I think that's been going up quite a bit in the past 6 to 12 months. So they might receive more reimbursement than previous years.
So I think it looks like it was about, sorry, she was not here, but it was painted by spring. Rock brand.
Okay. I believe that the deadline for applying for this is in June. Marcy, the county auditor has indicated that she was going to start working on the application for it. But she wanted authorization from the Commissioners Court to do so.
Well, I'll move we approve the application for the fiscal year 25 for the SCAT grant program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 19, discuss and consider the purchase and payment of a 2016 asphalt zipper from the city of Fredericksburg.
Yes, this is a piece of equipment that the county, we currently have a small milling machine that we mount on skid steers for milling up soft spots in the county roads. It's a very slow process with the hydraulic mounted milling machine. The city of Fredericksburg has a self-contained milling machine that fits onto a front loader. And we've looked at it, I think. Have you looked at it, Commissioner?
Yes.
Myself and Brent Rhodey have looked at it. A few others have looked at it as well. And it's something that we could really use with respect to repairing soft spots in the county roads. The city listed it for sale on gov.deals or govdeals.com. And I think they had it listed for $40,000 with a minimum or 45 with a
45
minimum,
minimum 40.
minimum of 40, and they didn't get any takers on it. So we've talked to them. They'd be willing to let the county purchase it for $35,000. It's about $140,000 new piece of equipment. It's in really good shape, very functional. And I'd like to make a motion that the county go ahead and purchase this from the city in the amount of $35,000.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And it has less than 140 hours on it. I mean, it's like brand new. It comes with a trailer to help move it to location. It has lots of things go with it. So.
Is this who's going to be purchasing it? Road and Bridge, countywide?
Yes, countywide. Road and Bridge. Yeah, it would be account code 156206001. There's appropriate funds in that account.
All right. Any other discussion?
And Michael Mara has gone and looked at it as well mechanically. He says it's in excellent shape.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Back to the library.
There is a agreement that we'll get to you to sign.
Okay.
It's already been signed by the city manager.
Okay. Item number 20 is to consider declaring a list of county library items as surplus or salvage and approve the disposition of those by GovDeals by listing on govdeals.com.
Yeah, we have 132 titles that have been either deleted before 2024 or after 2024. And then there's also 5 titles that had never been in the library system, and we would like to try and sell them on GovDeals.
So we approved the removal, just not the disposal. Is that correct? I mean, they came out of circulation, we just never did a disposal.
Right, right.
All right, Mr. Shu had a public comment he wanted to make on this item.
I'll be very brief. Everybody's getting hungry. But, there's just a few things, and I know that y'all probably do a good job of it, is you have to go through a lot of these books and get rid of them, because they just get too many. And that's been the past history of those things. I just want to encourage the library staff, whoever does it, is to make sure that the titles don't come back to our heritage, and we get rid of something that we shouldn't. And the reason I asked to make a comment is there's a few titles that I saw on the list and I'm sure they've gone through them, but and reviewed them. But for example, the Dramatic People in America by Victor von Hagen. Then there's one titled The Germans by Gordon Craig. Then the Linguistic Atlas of Texas German, which is really kind of a unique book, like Ben Gilbert. And then People and Places in the Texas Past, which may or may not have anything to do with our local history. And then Yesterday in the Texas Hill Country by Gilbert Jordan. And when I see titles like authors like Gilbert Jordan and Glenn Gilbert, they were very focused on Central Texas history. And I just want to make sure that, I'm sure y'all do, to make sure that those titles are looked at. And once you sell them, they're gone. And some of these may be as important or more important than some of the books in German. I don't know. But Mr. Jordan, in fact, lived from 1902 to 1992, and he was a German history professor at SMU and later Sam Houston University. But he, the reason I know him is it's been kind of a nostalgic morning for me, as far as being in this room again and talking about LBJ, where I spent 30 years out there on the Burden of the River. And so Gilbert Jordan did a lot for us at the state park as far as what would be proper as far as preserving history out there. So anyway, just look at some of these titles, and we want to make sure that we don't get rid of something that we really need to keep in our collection. And I'm sure you'll go over those very closely, but if they have any connotation of our local history, we need to look at it again. So I think the history of the heritage and preservation of our heritage is so important, as you probably get the feeling that I'm talking about. And so that's just not sell things that you might be able to use. So sorry.
All right, Mr. Nysky.
Yeah, I'll be real brief. Thank you. Yeah, I concur. Once these books are gone, they're gone. The linguistic, Texas German, this is a unique dialect of German. It's nowhere else. And again, when it's gone, it's gone. But to connect back to the LBJ, so you had a Charles Goodnight book on here, the Goodnight Loving Trail, cattle drive trail. I believe the LBJ family trafficked cattle on that back in the 1880s. So again, there's a historic connection that I don't think anybody's looked into.
Thank you.
In fact, there's still a project ongoing, Judge Jones, on linguistics by the university just 80 miles east of us here. University of Texas.
University of Texas has done away with that program as like within the last 6 months.
Well, maybe, but we've done, a lot of us have done oral history, and they're trying to preserve the dialect of Gillespie County. And there's a few of us that can still speak it well enough to be recorded, but they didn't have to bleep too much, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, just to let you know, we're not just going and picking books off the shelves to get rid of. These are books that are in condition that we are embarrassed to have in our collection. They're falling apart, they're old, or they are duplicates. We have copies in the office collection or in the Texas collection.
Judge Jones, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question as well. Linda mentioned that there's a small list, I think it's 6 books here, 5 books that were never part of the collection. I wanted to ask a clarifying question on that and explain why that was there. Is some of these books that she's gone through, and I think why she mentioned before 2024 deletion and after 2024 deletion, is I think the majority of this list are books that last summer Carter Stotts worked in the auditor's office, and he was going around and doing inventory of the assets and found some of these books in Annex 2 across the road this way. And questioned why they were there, because we could not, the auditor's office could not find a listing where that had come to Commissioner's Court for deletion. That's how we get there. But my real question is, some of those books that were gathered up that we were in shape, we didn't know what they were, they looked like they might have been part of the collection. Again, we're not experts, that's why we give them back to the library, of course, to go through and make sure they should have been appropriately deleted, as you're speaking of. The books that were never in the collection, I don't know if we can sell those, and that's my question. I don't know if they ever belong to the county, and therefore are they surplus to sell?
So you're saying we don't know how we got them or
I don't-
how they showed up,
correct.
where they came from?
Right, if they were a donation to the Friends, donation to the library, I don't know if we know that or can know that. But I question if we can sell them knowing that they weren't part of the library collection.
They could have even possibly been left over in Annex 2 when Clinic moved out. I mean,
Possibly, I doubt it. It was in
Yeah,
a
but-
huge box, it was a room filled with boxes of books that, again, we questioned because there were some, that looked like they were part of the Texas collection. There were some dramatic books over there that were German text. There was a whole bunch of things that made us question, why are these there? So we gathered them, not knowing what we were looking at, and brought them to the experts at the library of, this is what we're looking at. And I think that kind of little background how we get here.
So how many of those are on this list or for proposed?
I think
There's 5 on this list.
that last page, I'm not sure what page it is in your packet, but it's things by the people, heroines, soil, the 1957 yearbook of
Page
agriculture,
120.
the Avatar, the Book of Texas Best, and the Accidental President, I think are the ones, right, that were not in collection. Circulation.
Page 120.
Well, I mean, my thought is if we can't sell them and we don't know who they go to, I mean, what are we gonna do with them? Are they, maybe they're,
Let the friends sell them. You're aware of how much money the bookstore is earning for the library.
so we have no proof that they were ever, I guess, receipted into county as inventory, is that?
I think that's my question, yes,
Okay.
sir. So I don't know if we can make it, you guys can make a determination on them, because I don't know if they were truly surplus.
No, we probably would need, I mean, we're getting all these big questions today.
Sorry.
We can accept them and then turn around and say, yeah.
Accept them as a donation.
There you go.
Linda, did you just sit over there and think of this stuff to throw us today?
That was on me, it was on my.
Okay, you're the one.
The new sheriff is in town.
Okay, so I guess we got 2 issues. One is the list of books outside of these 5. And then the second issue is what to do with the 5 sort of undesignated ownership books, or the ownership may be in question.
That's not on the agenda per se.
Yeah.
A list of 5, put in a holding pattern and bring it back
Yep.
at another meeting so we can determine.
Mhm. Fading away. All right, what about the other list of books? I mean, some of these books that were mentioned specifically, I mean, do we know if they're duplicates or are they just in too poor of condition to retain or what? Some of these, I guess, books that have drawn interest
Right.
from a local historical standpoint.
I did glance through these and I also picked out that one big book with the linguistics. Yeah, that one was rather interesting. I don't know that it has any historical value. I'm not the expert either, but.
Well, the research that the professor used when he wrote this thing.
Hans Moses.
Right, actually, he did his dissertation, proposal on Kendall County and Gillespie County. And so a lot of that linguistics that he came up with and the different dialects and so forth, does have some local connotation there.
Glenn Gilbert.
Yep, Glenn Gilbert.
It's on page 116 of the packet.
Is that Gilbert Jordan book pretty bad shape?
The big one, that book, it's decent shape.
The Gilbert Jordan?
Oh, the Gilbert Jordan, that one I don't recall.
Yeah, we got a double sheet. We got Glenn Gilbert and Gilbert Jordan, two different authors. Gilbert Jordan is pretty much around Mason County. It's his thing about German history, but I know that he covered all of Central Texas. Like I said earlier, he helped me a lot at the park out there when he was alive yet. And then that may be one of the books that's just in bad condition. I don't know. I'm not proposing anything. I'm just saying, let's just take a look, make sure that we're not selling something we still use.
Well, we could pull those 2 or 3 books off the list and prove the others and continue on. And then we can have, the 5 books that we don't know who owns.
I just want to say, the book by Gilbert Jordan, Yesterday in the Texas Hill Country, we do have multiple copies of that currently in the library, so that was a duplicate copy that was fine.
Okay. So we have the Charles Goodnight book and then the one by Brian, is it Brian Gilbert? The other one?
Glenn Gilbert.
Glenn?
Glenn Gilbert.
Should make 125 titles then. The 5 that we don't know if we own in these 2 books.
Right.
Remove that from 132, 127.
I thought it was 132 plus the 5.
No,
132 included? Okay,
included this one.
thank you. Making sure.
This is riveting stuff.
Yeah.
So I move to declare a list of 125 titles of county library books as surplus or salvage and approve them to be sold on book deals. That would be removing the 5 titles we don't know about ownership, and the Charles Goodnight and the Glenn Gilbert book.
Linguistic. The linguistic.
Which is the Glenn Gilbert one, the linguistic.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions about the motion? What were the 2 books in your motion, Commissioner?
You want me to read them all?
One by Charles Goodnight, and I've not been able to find that one. The other one was
It's not by Charles Goodnight. It's called Charles Goodnight. It's
Called
by
Charles Goodnight.
Harry Evans.
And then the other one is written by Glenn Gilbert, and it's a linguistic atlas of Texas German.
So would we have a clear motion in a second or not?
I think so. Commissioner, you good with that? Okay. All right. Any other discussion? I think the cameraman's ready to fall asleep. All right. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say the Charles Goodnight book was also duplicate. We have a copy in our collection.
I think maybe moving forward on these, like if these books are like something that may be of interest because of the topic, that maybe you can add, like it's a duplicate or something, some way to notate that it's a duplicate, or there's some, reason so we don't. I think the concern is like we're losing the last one that we have, last copy, or the best copy or something. But okay, thank you, Megan. Anything else, commissioners? Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Ready to keep rolling?
What are our options?
Item number 21. Well, actually, I'm sorry, let's go and do the rest of the library items since y'all are sort of in that frame of mind. Jump to item 23 real quick. Consider approval of the line item to deposit funds donated to the library from the Drillback estate, and consider appropriate use of said funds. So we have money that was donated to the library, and I guess the question is where to put those funds. I think we would need to create a new line for that, a new GL that's a restricted line for that. And then the appropriate use would be based on whatever is in the, whatever's in the donor's intent. You have any plans? I guess the furniture, is that part of what y'all were talking about wanting to use that for?
I think furniture is needed. I think that, be carpet, there's cleaning carpet, the carpet floor needs to be cleaned in the right place downstairs.
Cleaned or replaced, I think.
Cleaned or-
Linda and I had a discussion that's 15, 20 years old.
What is the amount?
The 165,000 is the change is what the throwback the state gave, and I don't think there were any restrictions on it.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the
I don't
bill.
think so.
Not that I've seen on the paperwork.
But I think, like any of the other funds, it ought to have its own account and new number. And
we need to create a it's unanticipated revenue. We need to create a new line item in the budget for it. And I guess y'all can't spend the money until we have it in a line somewhere. So I don't know that we need to, I guess we don't need to determine, I don't think we can determine the expenditure of it today until we have something to bill that to.
Well, and, or even just a restriction of, if there was a concern that it would be similar to the McDermott Fund, where it was specifically given to the library and should specifically be used for the library.
You're right, that's the intent of the donation.
Yeah.
would that be the restriction? Is for the library only?
Right.
So how do we determine the line? Do we?
Marcy did say that she agreed to set up a separate fund. She'd like to have a copy of it so she understands any restrictions or anything of that nature, but that was something she was thinking as well.
Okay. Gonna call it the Drillback Fund? What are we gonna call it?
Work for me.
Yeah.
That's a winner.
Works.
Okay, all right.
We may want to call it the Drillback PML, so it's connected to the library when you're just reading that fund name.
Okay.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Fund.
You're creative when you're hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully for motion on that or anything, or is it?
Yeah, if you wanna make a motion. Yes, please.
I move to approve creating a separate line item named the Drillback PML Fund that will record the funds from the Drillback estate that's been donated to the library.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I think we'll defer to the discretion of the auditor to pick the appropriate number, I guess, to locate that, so it's, adjacent to our other library funds. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 24, consider approval of Pioneer Memorial Library applying for a Rescuing Texas History mini grant for digitizing library files.
Yeah, so, this grant is for non-newspaper, pieces, articles, magazines, things like that. It is up to $1,000 of digitization, and, it's a yearly grant. So I just wanted to see if we can get permission to apply for this and start working on getting some of our vertical files digitized. We have a lot of pamphlets. This is an example of one. This could be digitized. We have, for another example, sheet music from composer Vanderstucken. And we would like to preserve that history and make sure that it's digitized and available to the public versus just having it in the library, then you have to come in and see it. It would be great to see if we can get this available online and, out there.
I move we approve as presented.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back to item number 21, consider approval and adoption of proposed amendments to the county's right-of-way regulations. This is a carryover item from our last meeting. We have two people that have signed up to make public comments. Melissa, can you give us an intro, I guess, on the revisions, and then we'll let public comments?
Yes, so I reviewed the public comments that were given last time and made some edits based off of those. The summary of that is that we added the definition of a state road, and these changes are in the packet. The highlighted changes in yellow were the ones that were proposed last time, and then in red, you'll see the track changes version showing the edits that were made since then. So we defined the state road. Scroll through here. It just clarified the language of the fire code a little bit. I did confirm with the county fire marshal that they prefer to leave that language a little bit more vague to capture any kind of future changes in the fire code, since that is covered by a different department. The TIA language was revised. The first sentence in that was revised back to the original verbiage that was in the ordinance. So that's no longer proposed as a amendment. And then clarified that last, or I guess kind of middle portion about the TIA, that either if the development results in 100 or more peak hour trips, or if the county engineer determines that the development creates a potential safety hazard to public traffic, and then a traffic impact analysis study shall be required. It's that change from may to shall. And I believe those were all the changes. Let me just double check my notes to make sure that I didn't miss anything. And a lot of notes as well. TIA definition. Yes, and then clarified under section 2.01 that we have that issuance of right-of-way permit is required prior to obtaining a 911 address. That's already in practice, but I did clarify that for driveways that are proposed for the future use. So if you're building a house, you just want the address, but you're not actually constructing the driveway yet. We just look at the location to make sure it's in a safe spot for your future driveway, but don't actually require a complete right-of-way permit application at that time. Yes, and those are the items that have been changed since the last commissioner's court.
All right, Mr. Knightsky.
I think, Steve go first.
Mr. Knightsky, it's your time if you want to speak.
Okay, let's do it.
Thank you.
Steve.
Okay, so there's a couple other items in here. I'm on page 16, or excuse me, on page 6, 2.01 permit required A. Any person seeking to construct an improvement on Gillespie County property shall file the permit. There's text that was added in there, and that's what it breaks down to. So if somebody wants to make an improvement on their property, they have to get a right-of-way permit, the way it reads. That needs to be fixed.
Could you read that again?
Which one is it?
Section 2.01A on page 6. So it says, any person seeking to construct an improvement on, in, or over a public right-of-way, public access easement, or Gillespie County property shall first file an application for a right-of-way permit.
If they're on the right of way, they have.
No, the way that it reads, because those are all commas in there, and there's no exclusions. It reads, any person seeking to construct an improvement on Gillespie County property shall first file an application for right-of-way.
And it's
We own
Gillespie
the road.
County property.
We would, in that case, it'd be a road that we physically own the property.
On the property. Well, I still think the text needs to be cleaned up. But okay, so we'll leave that one.
Yeah, so I think she was, one is an easement, two is if the county owns the property. So we don't have an easement, we own the property.
Okay.
So anything that gets either on an easement or on the county property, we were asking for a permit approval on that.
For it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, and still, the criteria was removed for mile per hour for velocity. That was not reinstated. And that is on page 11, and the distances have been decreased. Those decrease safety. So Commissioner Weinheimer, did you provide input and review on the proposed regulations?
Beyond the meeting that we had last time or what?
Well, no, just at any point, did you or no?
I didn't provide input into it, no,
Oh,
sir.
okay. But you said that you're an engineer, correct?
I don't know if I said that, but I am an engineer. yes.
You are an engineer,
Mhm.
okay. So now, when the distances are decreased, that reduces the safety. Would you agree with that? The distance to the nearest county road, private road, or driveway, originally was 450 feet, and now it's 200 feet. So that reduces the safety. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say this is that prior to these regulations, we had zero distance requirements.
No,
And
you
so
did
we
have-
put some in.
No, there were distance requirements in
No,
there.
I'm saying prior to these regulations, not the amendments that are proposed, we had zero. And we came out with some that are more relevant to the state highways, and we're making changes to those for our county regulations.
So I would suggest that the one that you have in existence right now is perfectly fine, is a good ordinance, and there's no need to change it, no need to revise it.
We
And
appreciate that.
especially not to reduce safety.
Right, we appreciate
I will
the input.
contend that.
Yeah.
Okay, so, do you make engineering decisions for Gillespie County then, or do you oversee the engineering department?
I don't make engineering decisions for the county. I am the liaison to the engineering department to the commissioner's court.
Okay, because I will point out, stack paper here. But, by stating that you're an engineer, what discipline were you registered in?
So I'm not sure how that's relevant to the regulations or right of way that we have right
Well,
now.
it's relevant because we're talking about engineering judgment in all of this. That's why it's relevant.
Okay, I just answered to you that I don't make engineering decisions for the county.
Sorry, I've got this huge stack of papers in here, trying to sort out where I left off. So, well, I'm trying to find my notes here. So Ms. Zucker, you're the county engineer. Who is your client?
The county, the county.
And so how did the client present this to you? Did the client come to you and ask for these changes?
So the changes are based off of red lines, based on, basically reviewing the driveway permits over the last couple of years, things that have happened, this red line. And
Yeah, okay, so what you have some instances which you, in the past, you addressed that with a variance without rewriting an ordinance. So, did your clients ask for this? I mean, was there a petition? How did this come about, that after you revised these a year ago, and now you have to revise it again, how did that come about?
Yeah, so it's a brand new ordinance that's only a couple of years old, so as things occur throughout the county, then we learn from those things and make updates so that if you want to put your driveway 40 foot from the property line instead of 50, then you don't have to wait 2 weeks.
And again, so who asked for that? I mean, so you took this on yourself to do this on your own? Yes, that's what you're saying, okay. And so are you acting as a faithful agent for your client when the clients aren't asking for this?
I believe that we only permit driveways in safe circumstances because the minimum spacing is based off the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit instead of 45. We're still not going to permit the driveway.
But there was no issue before, and again, you can address any of those issues with some kind of an exemption if somebody is asking for it. Okay, so I would just point out. Okay, failure to act as a faithful agent to their employers or client, that's a violation of Texas law 137.63. So you are required under Texas law and under professional engineering standard to act as a faithful agent for your clients. And that is the citizens, okay? So what do you do when when your client has expressed dissatisfaction in your actions or lack of actions? Do you listen to your clients or do you just ignore us?
In my role, I get a lot of expression of dissatisfaction.
Well, okay, I'm gonna give you the answer because I've got some, I'm gonna give you the answers that you always ignore us. And you've never taken anything on. Are you aware of any Texas state regulations that prohibit engineers from undertaking actions that endanger public health, safety, and welfare?
I don't believe I'm doing that.
Because that is in 137.55 in the law. Engineers shall protect the public. Engineers shall be entrusted to protect the health, safety, property, and welfare of the public in the practice of their profession. And then part B is engineers shall not perform any engineering function which is reasonably likely to result in the endangerment of lives, health, safety, property, or welfare of the public. It's my contention that removing the criteria for distances and speed limit does endanger, it results in the endangerment of lives. I'm double booked on things, but it's my sincere belief that you would just stick with the original ordinance. I don't see any reason to update this. I don't see any improvement. In fact, I see a detriment and potential financial damages to the county if something should occur.
Thank you. Mr. Guest? And I'm sorry,
Josh
you wanted to make a comment also on this? Josh Levens. Did you say Ken?
Steve Guest, resident of Precinct 4, Gillespie County. I wanted to revisit the discussion from last work because I, like Bruce, I'm a little concerned about the edits. Now, Friday on the website, I found the edits that were in yellow. There's another set that are in red.
There's the set in the commissioner's court packet.
So there's more edits than what has been given to me as from the public, because it's on the website.
They were included in the public packet. Was the packet made public? Yeah.
What she's saying is that in that document, there's yellow highlighted text and there's also red line text.
Well, that's what Melissa just
I
said.
think the one on your website may not have been updated, but the
Well,
one in the
it may not be relevant, but it would be nice.
I guess I'm sorry, where are we talking about on the website? On county engineer page or something?
She had originally posted it.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah. The information that was posted in the agenda packet is the most recent, so I don't know if you've got that.
Okay, for future reference then, where do I find the agenda packet before the meeting?
You go to agendas and meetings, which is one of the big buttons on the homepage, and then it will have it right there pasted up by date.
Okay. So I have more questions. Just for a little bit of background reference, before I moved to Gillespie County, I'm an architect. I have a professional license. I've worked 40 years doing commercial development for private sector clients. So I kind of have, the terrain of this is familiar to me. I want to talk about process for a minute. So this is the flow chart from the county right of way. And it looks like everything that's described here, assuming you're within the regulations, is an administrative review, correct? You submit, it goes to county engineer, the applicant is complete, it moves on for a approval, then it starts construction, and a letter of completion. There's no public input for anything involved in this process because it's a perfunctory. And in the current regs, not the amended ones, if I were a developer and I wanted to put driveways every 200 feet and I was on a 45-mile-an-hour county road, I'd have to file a variance, correct?
Possibly.
That's what it-
Spacing is, yeah, it is.
That's not, it would be spacing that is contrary to the current chart that everyone is wound up about. Okay. And if I file a variance, is there a noticing requirement for a variance in the county? Do I have to notify neighbors within 500 feet of this action? You guys don't have that? Okay, so it just comes to Commissioner's Court, and I assume it's an agenda item, not a consent item, correct? So there's an opportunity to hear and have input. In that same scenario now, if I applied currently with the revisions, I wouldn't need that. It would be an administrative review. And none of my neighbors would have a chance to comment. So I want to talk about standard of care. This is the chart that's currently in the code. It has a series of distances to nearest intersection and driveway distances based on speed limit. And that kind of is the standard of care. Here's the same chart that's in TxDOT. It's exactly the same. And, by the way, the Federal Highway Administration has a similar chart. So it seems to me like the standard of care is the distances should be measured based on a reasonably acceptable distance configuration that's local, federal, and state approved highways. And we're changing that now to be absolutely the minimum standard. And I guess I'm trying to understand why we think that's a good idea. And I guess I would ask, Bruce stated a bunch of, code of ethics rules. You're a PE, right, Melissa?
Yes.
What flavor?
Civil.
Civil, okay. And you're also a floodplain management expertise. So you have two expertises that are pretty relevant to what you do, civil and floodplain, but you're not a traffic engineer. So if I were sponsoring a big development project and it required a traffic study, for instance, would you accept a traffic study from a civil engineer, or would you want it to come from a certified traffic engineer that's licensed?
Yeah, so our traffic impact analysis studies, whenever they're submitted, we have third-party engineers that we have contracts with that also review that, since I'm not an expert in traffic engineering, so.
But you're the author of the chart,
Of the flow chart, or of the
the proposed
spacing chart?
change to the diagram in the right of way.
Of
You
the
did that.
spacing.
You did the revisions to
Not sure if I'm-
this right here. Those are your revisions. Okay. So I guess my big question is, how do you square your edits with the code of ethics? I mean, rule of practice number 1B, engineers shall approve only those engineering documents that are conforming with applicable standards. I think it's pretty clear that all of these are the applicable standards. We live in the United States, and these are pretty much the standards everywhere. Many adjacent counties refer to these standards as well. I don't see like there's a need to change it, and frankly, I think we're safer with the existing standards. So my pitch to you is, my ask to you today is that you postpone approving these until Melissa can reconcile the distances, or at least get a confirmation from a certified traffic engineering firm that these aren't creating problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lemons?
I'll try to be quick. I was gonna say good morning, but it looks like it's good afternoon, so. All right, so first comment is on section 107. It deals with revegetation. I understand there was some reason to add text dot. All right, so 107, I understand there's some reason to add the text dot language for item 164. My concern with that is working in rural area. I'm a surveyor and attorney, work with developers, landowners, all that type, ranchers in their splitting their properties and getting to their kids and whatnot. That item has a lot of very particular language about exact seed mix. It has provisions where you have to bring the seed mix to the engineer. The engineer looks at the seed mix and says, okay, the seed mix works, and you go and you spread it out there. It seems overburdensome to me. I think it'd just be simpler to say they have to seed the area, and they seed the area. Rangers know where to find grass seed. Landowners usually do too. Section 201, county road right-of-way, that whole language there is really problematic. It says public right-of-way, public access easement, or Gillespie County property. For one, Gillespie County property should never be granted a right-of-way access point. That is actual Gillespie County property, so there's two distinct things in the law when it comes to right-of-way. There are some that are easement, some that are fee simple, they're obtained through different means, but it should just say county road right-of-way. You should never have a permit granted to like an old schoolhouse property, for example. So it should only deal with Gillespie County right-of-way. The other problem here is it says public right-of-way, and that is inclusive of state right-of-ways and city right-of-ways. So there's some language tightening that really should be done there to make sure this doesn't get out of hand. And then there's another issue that y'all probably are not aware of. I've looked at a lot of subdivision plans. I don't use the language myself, but in the past and perhaps even currently, there have been a number of subdivisions that have been put in, and they put in a private road that is maintained by the property owners, but they grant a public easement. And I don't think it's the county's intention to go and grant right-of-way permits on these private roads that are privately maintained in these gated communities just because they inadvertently granted the public a right-of-way easement. So that can become sort of a can of worms that I don't think it's fruitful for the county to
But
venture into.
that public road is connecting to the county road, so we're talking about the connected part, not the road.
Right, but the language is overly vague, so that way, the way this is worded here, it actually includes public access easements, and if an easement was granted in a private gated subdivision, This would include every driveway within that private subdivision, even though it's a private, the county really doesn't have any interest in granting permits down that. But the way the language is here, if that private road was, by the language on the plat, granted to the public, even if it's not intended to be that way, but sometimes the language is really broad in those sections, and I've seen a lot of plats to do that. Again, I don't do that because I think that just causes confusion, but I know a few years ago, I saw quite a few plats going through with that language. So I use that whole language where it says over a public right of way access, east public or public access easement or county road property. I would just say in, over, or on, in, or over the county road right of way. And that is what lumps it all together. 201 D, private permit is required for any change in access or land use type. That's very vague, and I'm not real sure where that determination of land use type. We'll come back and discuss that here in a second, because I got another one on that. Number 4, point number 4, be 201I, deals with 911 addresses. The concern I have here is 911 addresses are there to protect the public. They're not there for permit issuance. So, for example, if you have a piece of property that hasn't yet been granted a permit for future development, such as a driveway permit, and you access through your cousin's property, and it's a ranch, let's say, and I'm out there and have a heart attack, and you don't have an address for that property, well, then you create a problem that is unintended, that you're trying to use 911 addressing, which is for public safety, in order to enforce other things. That can become kind of murky in the process. Similarly, in J, you have a right-of-way permit. In order to obtain a private road, you have to have a letter of completion requirement for the private road name, but that doesn't expressly state that that is only as long as you're along a county road. You can get a private road name if you're off a state highway without county input. So that language there could be tightened up a bit. And then the K is fairly vague. So there's an issue about federal and state laws, and they have to provide proof that they're complying with it. It says here down at the bottom of that section in K201K, the county may require documentation demonstrating compliance with such applicable laws and regulations. That is fairly vague as to what that would apply to. Let's move along. Again, the whole seating one is pretty frequent throughout. And then on access spacing requirements, there's some language here. I think the intent is good in 301 on the bottom of page 10, but it says the alternate location may be required to be provided and approved by the applicant's engineer. I think there needs to be a little clarity. I think the intention is there that they can require a alternate location, but the language is a little bit choppy. Moving on. So I disagree with the other comments around the spacing requirements. The difference here compared to state highways, for example, is there's less variety of speeds on a county road, to my understanding. Y'all are probably better experts at that. But generally, they're fairly in a tight group of speed limits, like 30, 35 miles an hour, maybe occasionally you get up to 40, but you're not going to have anything on 70 miles an hour down a county road. Is it more speed, I would assume? Is that correct?
The countywide speed limit is 45 unless posted separately at the lower rate.
So you have a very limited range of speeds on county road. So I actually think this is a big improvement. But the one that I still don't like, I've never liked in the old one, is the distance to the property line. It gets kind of muddlesome with some family estates where they have limited ability to put it in the driveway, and you're within that 50 foot. And so if you're having a track, you end up having to have like 120 foot of frontage, and you end up with some really strange frontages. I did one recently. It was a divorce estate, and we ended up having to make the frontage 120 foot wide and then taper it down pretty quickly. So it's kind of an awkward thing when it comes to actual land splitting from the surveying standpoint. And then one more is that fire code requirements. I understand the intent, and the fire code is sort of a separate thing, but Gillespie County isn't granted the jurisdiction of the fire code. because we are not a population of 250,000. We don't adjoin a county with that population. So the authority is very limited to multifamily development and gated communities. And then on down to 11, when it comes to other driveways, I don't know exactly how that would fall with ranch use. I don't really know if the county has an interest in the different radius widths, but there are a lot of times when you might think it's single family, but for ranch use, you may want a radius that is more than 5 foot. If you're bringing in a 20-foot trailer, that can be kind of tight. And so I'm not sure if we don't just get away from all of that and just say the radius can be a little wider for agricultural uses, or if agriculture is within other, I'm not really sure. It's not within the ordinance, so what I need to on that.
That was 302J.
That was 302J. Yeah, just food for thought on that too. Because when it comes to ag use, when I'm pulling a 20+ foot long trailer, a 5 foot radius is mighty narrow. And you might think it's residential because the rancher has a house there, but at the same time, it's really, you should be able to have a bigger radius than 5 or 10 feet. So it kind of has that dual purpose as ag and a homestead. So then my final comment is on L, it's 302L. It deals with the potential hazard. And so it goes in there and says, okay, if the county engineer determines the development creates a potential safety hazard to public traffic, that they may require a traffic impact analysis. I would really think you want at least quantify where that threshold be, where you wouldn't be in there, because that's sort of a vague, broad, open-ended thing. So for example, in TxDOT world, when we do a driveway with TxDOT, they have site distance. So at least you can put some limitations on, if it does have the site distance and it does have the minimum distances between driveways and other roads, then that's one less thing you ought to hear about on a regular basis with engineering. So that is it. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Listen, I don't remember what the discussion was the other week, but we talked about maybe sending it to the third party engineering because they had legal with them. Do you ever have an opportunity for that, or?
So, based on conversations I've had in the meantime, the edits were, really not so much that we thought that it needed to be sent to a third party. I can talk a little bit about the items that were spoken about in public comment. Is that everybody's for public comment?
That's all.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So as for the driveway spacing, yeah, as Josh, we agreed once. It's really nice. Our driveway spacing, yeah, it was originally based off of TxDOT standards, but I mean, these are county roads, they're not highways, so it just wasn't fitting. So, we do go and inspect driveways to make sure they're in a safe location, and that's not something that'll end. We'll still continue to do that. So changing of the spacing is not going to detriment the safety of any driveway installation. And I did look, there was a claim that adjacent counties use these standards, but in my research, we have 6 counties adjacent to Gillespie. Only one of them has spacing requirements that are identical to TxDOT standards. There are 2 others that have so let me back up. 3 out of 6 actually have right-of-way ordinances. Out of those 3, only 1 has spacing requirements. And then the other 2, one has absolutely no spacing requirements, and the other has a requirement that the location is to provide maximum safety. So, so it's not actually very common for adjacent counties to have these access spacing requirements. That's more based off of the safety of the driveway installation. So that's the basis. Again, they're not highways like TxDOT, regulates the county roads. And so I think that warrants a little bit of
of a reduction in the spacing requirements, because you do have more people accessing on county roads than people typically access off of Tech Stop. That's a highway purpose. Tech Stop, highway purpose is to get from A to B, and then county roads are more usually like collector roads that people are either using to access their homes or to another smaller private road. And then, yeah, the 201, as far as county property, public access easement was brought up a couple of times. So that is exactly as Commissioner Weinheim mentioned. The intent of that is to have a right-of-way permit if you're on a, installing a driveway or an access off of a road, a county road that's in public right-of-way. There are some county roads that are in an easement and not dedicated right-of-way, I believe. So that's the intent of public access easement for county properties. Is intended to be for roads that are in Gillespie County, leasable property, and they're being accessed off of that. So yeah, I think those were most of the ones I wanted to address. So then again, the right-of-way permit for the 911 address, you can get a temporary construction permit for construction projects. That would count towards that, or a location if you're not planning to install a driveway yet. So you can still get your 911 address very early in that process. It's just if you're doing your permanent driveway right now, then you need to have a right-of-way permit first. And yeah, like I mentioned, I talked to the fire marshal about the fire code language, and that is applicable just as the state fire code that we are under. We don't have a locally adopted, more stringent fire code. We go by what the state has adopted, so that's not changing. That's what the county is. So, yeah, that's all I had to present with this specific update.
I don't know about the rest of the court. My preference is to work on this some more and bring it back again. That's just my position on it.
Yeah, I appreciate Josh, you sort of bringing a lot of real world on the ground expertise with respect to our community, plating and stuff that's gone on in subdivision land. And so there's some things that we can improve on that aspect. I think it would be good as well, so.
I would agree, sir.
Any other discussion on this item?
I think we're getting real close to what we need, and we make a few improvements to it, and we're ready to go.
All right. So item number 21, there'll be no action today. There was discussion, public input.
Thank you, Melissa.
I need a quick break. We're at 4 hours plus on our live stream, so.
Thank you, Mr. Lemons.
All right. Let's do a real quick 5-minute break. Recess. All right, 1 minute warning.
I'm assuming we have no additions to the agenda.
Maybe is this part of?
You know, brunch is in the middle of the morning and lunch. Now what's from lunch to dinner?
Slupper.
Oh, maybe I got to mix that up with you. No, I was.
He's just there.
all over the,
You know, here?
I got.
Oh.
You gonna go to hospice or?
Yeah, I've gone through all of those.
Hope they're not sitting there waiting.
No, I'll go back and look for that.
I forgot today's election day too. I still got to do that. I got like 20 texts while I've been sitting here from candidates.
It takes a while to go through those long lines.
There's nobody.
Nobody caught it and just
But if it's a description, maybe I'll just.
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought you were bringing me a check.
It is the monthly services for February. That's what
Are you
it
ready?
is. but it's
Yes, sir.
different.
Yes, we're ready to reconvene. That's correct on that.
It's 1:15 PM on May 26th. We are going, 2026, we're going to reconvene the open meeting for Gillespie County Commissioners Court. Item number 25, consider approval of a professional services agreement for HR and consider a line item transfer related to that if it's approved.
Okay, so in order to meet the demands of the office, especially once budget starts, I would like to propose a professional service agreement with our former director, Cameron House. This would be, we're anticipating June 8th to go through September 31st. Not to exceed 125 hours under this agreement. Her rate would be $100 per hour to be billed in 1/10 of an hour increments. And then the work that she would be doing would be assisting human resources with personnel budget and other questions that may come up, compiling personnel requests into spreadsheets, entering approved requests into income for the new fiscal year, and then assisting with HR as needed just for day-to-day operations of the department. And then we would also need for her to be provided a laptop or desktop with Microsoft and Encode access to perform services under this agreement. So the total for this contract would be $12,500. And if it's approved upon signatures between the county and Ms. House, we would need to transfer that from our 10.494 4102, that's our exempt employee line item, to 10.494 4709 for other professional services. And Candy has missed about 5 pay periods since she's left, so that money would be there.
So would she work remotely or in the office?
She would come in for budget meetings, and then most of the other would be remote.
So being on Encode and the other Odyssey,
We don't have Odyssey access.
Oh, y'all don't?
We just have
Encode and one other one that you said. So that wouldn't be a problem security wise?
It's just our spreadsheet that we do
Okay.
for budget, our position schedule. Microsoft is the other.
Okay. So that wouldn't be a problem with security of any sort. It would just be for,
Yeah, it's not like the CGIS where there's specific,
okay, that's what I was, yeah. Thank you.
there's not specific training or anything you have to do to get access to it.
Well, we know that got your hands full. But-
We've been maintaining, but I know once budget starts, that's gonna
Correct.
not be feasible. And then if we do hire someone at this point, they would be coming in at budget time.
In time for you to train them.
That leads into my question is, is 125 hours enough hours?
I think for budget time. Yeah. Because it's mainly to assist with like budgeting and questions and then other needs as they.
I mean, it's basically 3 weeks. So you figure.
We might be sitting here for 125 hours.
Yeah, when you say that, that would be helping, because I know payroll's always been kind of a booger getting it done. Would that be something she'd be able to help with?
So we've been managing like the data input for payroll pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be more for like questions that arise, like FMLA questions or workers' comp questions and things like that, just to kind of bounce ideas off of.
Judge, you look over the contract.
Did you look over it or did you write it?
I wrote it.
Okay.
The only part that really changes from contract to contract is the Exhibit A, which talks about the specific services they're going to do, the hourly rate. It's the same one we use for all of our other recent professional services agreements. It's got confidentiality requirements in it. You know, it makes it clear that they're not an employee, they're a contractor.
She meets the separation timeframe.
Handily.
Yeah. I move to approve the professional services agreement for Human Resources Department with Tammy House.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We need to talk about moving the money.
There's a second motion. What were those account numbers? Do you have those right here?
No, I don't know. I just looked at last quarter.
So it's $12,500 from 10.494.4102, is our exempt employee line, to 10.494.4709, which is other professional services.
I move to transfer $12,500 from account 10.494.4102 to account 10.494.4709.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, back to item number 2, which is the consent agenda. It's routine business items the court will approve in a single motion. Unless a member of the court wants to pull an item for individual discussion.
I move we approve our consent agenda as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe that's everything on the agenda. Today's election day. If you haven't voted, you need to vote. Left you a little bit of time. Anything else, commissioners? If not, a motion to adjourn.
I move adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 And we are adjourned at 1:23 p.m.
We should have took a 30-minute break for lunch, then adjourned.
I wonder, did you not turn that on again?
I think it's still going. It's red. It's still going.
That's pretty all.
Oh!